season last year.
And welcome to the broadcast from Sanford Memorial Stadium. I'm Adrian Delgado here alongside my partner Vic. Here to watch the finale of the three-game set versus the Sanford River Rats versus the Leesburg Lightning. Vic, you've been here all 2 games. Tell me what you've been seeing.
Well, I've been seeing a lot of runs, Adrian. It has just been a slugfest. 40 runs scored total between the two teams. It was a 13-10 ball game on opening day in Leesburg. Excuse me, a 10-7 ball game on opening day in Leesburg, and then 13-10 last night. The 10-7 victory in the first game for Sanford, they put up a 7 spot in the first inning. It was a tough sledding for Josh Cohn, who gave up those 7 runs in the first inning, but then started to settle in a little bit. 1-run score for the River Rats in the top of the third inning, and then they added on a couple more through the 6th and 7th. Leesburg did try to come back. They put up a 3-run score in the third inning, and then a 4-run score in the 7th. And talk about scoring runs in bunches for the Lightning heading into the second game. 2 runs in the first, 2 runs in the second, 4 in the fourth, and then a couple runs scattered here and there. And the Lightning did have a lead in that second game, but quickly gave it up. And we see the home plate umpires meeting with the 2 head coaches, and we'll go ahead and quickly give you the starting lineups. First for the Lightning, we'll start it off with Ryan Jenkins today, who will play shortstop. Next, Julian Irizarry will play in center field and bat second. Juan Orozco will play at first base again and bat third. Charlie Keller will clean things up and play in right field. Reed Snyder will play at third base and bat fifth. Marco Moises will be the extra hitter batting sixth. TJ Sokoros back in the lineup after pitching yesterday. He'll play at second base. And Eli Thurman will bat eighth, playing in left field. Ledger Pleasant will get the day off in the field, but he'll be the extra hitter batting ninth. And rounding out the order for the Lightning will be Nick Wroblewski behind home plate, catching up for the pitcher, and that is Zach Merkin for the lineup. Once again for the Lightning: Jenkins, Irizarry, Orozco, Keller, Snyder, Moises, Sokoros, Thurman, Pleasant, and Wroblewski. Adrian, back to you for the Rats.
Yeah, so for the River Rats today, not a different lineup. Same thing here. I think we were talking about before the game starts out how both these teams are sticking with their lineups right now, so we'll see if that changes any. So yeah, we have King starting, leading off. He's going to be in center field today. We have Puckett at second, Herman at third, Schaefer at first, Lopez in right field. Mock's going to be your left fielder today. Spiker is catching. Spiker is your shortstop. Saliba's going to be catching today. And we have Santana and Pittman, both your extra hitters today in the 9th-10th spot here in the order. A big theme this weekend, I was in DeLand, I was in Woodard Park watching the Diamond Dogs versus the Suns this weekend. And what you were talking to earlier today, a lot of course, it's the first series of this summer, and TJ and I were talking about yesterday. It's the first day of school vibes this weekend. We're seeing these pitchers that are struggling to get settled in. So we're seeing a lot of free passes here, a lot of base runners, and then, as we can see, a high-scoring game. So once we have those runners in scoring position, you see batters able to take advantage of that and break runs on the board.
Yeah, 14 walks for the River Rats in yesterday's game, and as for the Lightning, they had 11. So, talking about a lot of walks, that's 25 walks total for the two teams in yesterday's game. Going back to the first game, still a bunch of the same. 5 walks given up by the Lightning pitching staff, and 8 given up by the River Rats. A ton of hit by pitches and a ton of errors in that first game. We'll step aside for the national anthem, and we'll be right back for first pitch.
You ready to go back on? Yeah. All right, and we're back here at Sanford Memorial Stadium for the final game in a 3-game set of the Leesburg Lightning. Facing off against the Sanford River Rats. Getting the nod on the mound today for the River Rats, we have Trey Clinton out of Georgia Southwestern. 7 appearances, 4.1 innings pitched. 8.31 ERA in his time there. So 7 appearances, 4 innings pitched. In those 7 appearances, he was only able to complete an inning once in those 7 appearances. So River Rats looking to see if he can eat up some innings here today. And as we see with these high-scoring games, they eat up a lot of pitchers. And these, it's a long summer. These lineups, yeah, they're deep, but are they deep enough to handle this extra workload of moving through these pitchers? So we'll see if he's able to eat up innings today and prevent the Leesburg, secure the sweep against the Leesburg Lightning here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these pitchers that just have not had a lot of playing time and have not been on the mound a lot in this past spring and in the springs past. So just, Jesse Litch and Coach Billings for the Lightning just trying to give these guys a lot of innings. So we might see some high-scoring games at the start before these pitchers start to settle in. Of course, the guys in the field, we've seen a lot of errors so far. Yesterday was a much cleaner game, just the 1 error from the Lightning, nothing for the River Rats. So we'll see the defense start to lock things up a little bit, and the hitters keep doing their thing. And hopefully for both sides, we can see better pitching and hopefully a shorter ball game than the last 2 nights. Almost 4-hour game yesterday.
4-hour game. That is ridiculous. I think that's one thing these pitchers have to remember. Like, yes, we are, yes, you're out here, you're pitching by yourself, but you also have this team behind you. You have this defense behind you. Let them work as well. You don't always have to get that swing and miss. It is nice, but if a ball's put in play, you have to trust on your defense to secure the out here. So we're going to have Jenkins here leading off.
Yeah, Jenkins, a good game yesterday, was 2 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored.
And first pitch is going to be here at 5:01 p.m. It's going to be a ball on the outside. Here's the 1-0. And that's going to be another ball top of the zone right there from Clinton.
In the first game, Jenkins was just 1 for 4. He did have 2 RBIs. Also a strikeout. Has batted in the 2-hole the first 2 games, but now moves up to the leadoff spot.
The 2-0 is now going to push to a 3-0 count right here. So Clinton, story of this weekend, just having trouble finding that strike zone. So batter here is in favor of 3-0. Here's count. And that's going to be ball 4. So leadoff walk here. That's not what you want to see from the River Rats.
Yeah, and that's just a little bit of what we've been seeing through these first 2 games. Just a lot of walks, a lot of wild pitches, a lot of hit-by pitches. And tight zones from the home plate umpire. Yesterday, it was the size of a golf ball. It was so small, and there's just a ton of walks. And I was talking with our PA announcer here, and we just come to the conclusion that at a certain point in time, you got to expand your zone a little bit, give these batters a chance to put a bat on the ball, because they're just going to keep it on their shoulders if all these pitches are being called balls.
Now 100%. Here's the first pitch. That's going to be a ball. So that's going to be Clinton's 5th ball in the row. He's just having trouble finding that strike zone. Oh, yeah, that strike zone's a little tight here because, I mean, yeah, he's had a couple big misses in these first 5 pitches, but a lot of these balls, we're back here behind home plate. They're kind of iffy, in my point of view. Here's the 1-0. And that's going to be in there for a strike. So Clinton gets his first strike of the day today, and hopefully he can find that zone again.
Irizarry was the leadoff batter for the Lightning in the past 2 games, so him and Jenkins just flip-flopping. Both of them pretty speedy.
And yeah, that ball's going to be chopped to the second baseman. He goes to shortstop, unable to get the play at first, but at least he takes out the lead runner, prevents the runner from moving to scoring position.
Yeah, Irizarry 1 for 5 in the first game, and then was 2 for 4 in yesterday's game, scored twice. So like I said, a lot of speed on the base pass, and the Lightning like to have him and Jenkins batting in the top of the order.
So now here for the Lightning, we have Juan Orozco, first baseman today. And let's see if he's able to get something going, try to capitalize on that leadoff walk.
Orozco, a tough game yesterday, 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts.
Here's the first pitch, and that's going to be in there for strike 1. So Clinton finding the strike zone here in his 3rd batter that he's facing now.
Roscoe has just reached base once in the first 2 games with a walk, was 0 for 4 in that first game as well.
Here's the 0-1, and that's going to be on the outside corner there for ball 1.
Lightning showing off their black uniforms. So they're the away team here in Sanford.
Here's the 1-1 from Clinton. It's going to be in there for ball 2, so it's 2-1 count to Orozco.
I don't think he's throwing one below the waist,
So he was able to get that first strike, Clinton here, but again, still having a little bit of control problems here, unable to find that strike zone.
They didn't wet the infield down, I guess. There he goes.
Oh, that's going to be in there for a strike at the bottom of the zone.
Didn't
Orozco does not look happy about it.
I was just about to say, did not like that call in the outer half. But if you're a Roscoe and you're the Lightning and the River Rats too, I mean, you got to be ready to swing.
100%.
You got to want to swing too. After yesterday's so many walks, you just can't expect the same from the different home plate umpire.
Oh, that check swing, appeal, and they say he didn't go, so it's going to be a full count now on Orozco.
Certainly was close. It's hard to tell from up here.
That was not close.
But that was the theme yesterday in Winter Park. The Diamond Dogs playing a little passive in Game 1. Game 2 yesterday, they were running all over those bases. They were trying to take advantage of stuff right here. So I'm not sure if you saw a lot of stolen base opportunities in these past 2 games, but Diamond Dogs. Oh, here's a pickoff attempt. Gets him trapped there. Throw to the shortstop. Gets past him. Runner will not advance on the throw, but that's going to be an error by the first baseman right there.
Yeah, it sure will. And Irizarry, I think, is probably telling himself that he might have should have gone to third on that play. That ball trickled into shallow left field. And Dawson Mock and the shortstop Daniel Spiker took a long time to get out there, but nonetheless, the Lightning have a runner in scoring position with just 1 down.
Still a full count, still 1 out here in the inning. As Clint, here's the payoff pitch to Orozco. Orozco's going to foul that off the right side. That was a great move by Clinton right there in the pickoff attempt, but first baseman just couldn't get it down. So Schaefer's going to be charged with the error there.
Max Fried move there would be good.
Here's the 3-2 count again. That's going to be high for ball 4.
Second time Orozco has reached to start this summer, and a really good at bat. Got down in the count and was able to come back. Saw a lot of pitches from Trey Clinton, and a well-deserved walk.
Right fielder, number 17, Charles. Yep.
So as we were talking about earlier today, a lot of walks on both sides. So both teams are seeing the ball real well. So once the side turns around, we'll see how Sanford answers back as the first pitch is fouled off. So we have number 17 here, Keller.
Keller's been a really heavy hitter so far. Hasn't hit one out, but he sure has been close. A double in each of the first 2 games, and one that was just a foot away from leaving the ballpark in right field, back in Pat Thomas.
That's going to be in there for ball 2 right there. But yeah, warm day today, so hopefully we see the ball travel a little further today. We did have 1 homer, Mock, for the Sanford River Rats yesterday. Mock had a great game.
Yeah, an opposite field home run over the left field wall. We'll see him bat in the bottom half of the inning.
Another foul ball.
We might not. He's a 6-hole batter. Excuse me.
Well, we'll see, seeing how this game's already
Yeah.
going and these free passes, and plenty of free passes yesterday as well. So never say never. Here's Clint with the delivery. That's going to be in the bottom of the zone right there for a ball.
I mean, one of those first couple of pitches, I feel like has got to be a strike.
Yeah, 100%. Great attempt by Saliba right there to try to frame it. Try to steal a strike for his pitcher, but seems like today we're going to have a tight strike zone once again.
I just don't understand it. You'd think these umpires would want to get out of here a little bit earlier. Almost a 4-hour game yesterday. That was not the case.
And that's going to be another ball. So we're going to have a full count here. Another full count for Clinton. We were talking at the top of the game right here. You're seeing, you want both these teams, you want their starting pitchers to eat up innings, and Clinton here already getting up there in that pitch count. Here's a 3-2. Shoots it to the left side of the infield, goes. Oh, and the left fielder bobbles it. There's going to be no throw from him, and the runner scores. So Leesburg Lightning here are going to get on the board early, make it 1-0. Still only one out here in the inning, and runners on first and second again. That was a single to the left side of the infield, and the left fielder, Mock, who had the great game yesterday, just couldn't pick it up.
Yeah, and I think even if Mock fielded that ball cleanly and it didn't bobble it, I think Irizarry is scoring easily no matter what. And a good job by Keller to line that, or to dribble that opposite field under the glove of the third baseman, Dawson Harmon. Not much he could really do about it. It's pretty hot off the bat.
So Snyder fouls off the first pitch, offered to him. It's going to be an 0-1 count.
Yeah.
This is the fifth batter for Clinton, and it's seeing how this goes. We don't know how long he'll last in this game here. The 0-1's in there for strike two. So an 0-2 count. Clinton finally able to get ahead of the batters here.
Snyder played in his first game for the Lightning yesterday, was just 1 for 4, did have a walk and scored a run. He's a big, imposing right-handed batter.
Here's the 0-2 pitch to Snyder. He's going to foul that one off. You think here an 0-2 count, Snyder's just doing everything he can to stay alive here, trying to dig his way out of this hole that Clinton has put him in, and try to tack on some insurance for the Lightning here.
Absolutely, and the biggest thing for Snyder is you got to remember that 4-pitch walk to start the game and the lack of command for Trey Clinton out there. So you can't be swinging at everything, even though it's 0-2.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. That's going to be there for ball one. Snyder staying alive.
Yeah, Lightning would love to give the River Rats a taste of their own medicine here in the first inning. 7-spot put up in the first game in the first inning for the Rats bats, and then a 4-spot put up in the second game.
Here's the 1-2. Snyder's going to foul that off. First baseman's tracking. I don't think he'll be able to get there, and no. Looks like it bounced out of the park. Yeah, first baseman just had a weird angle at it, and I'm able to come down with it.
Yeah, that's Bruno Schaefer over there, and that would have been a really great grab if he was able to get it. Looks like Sanford Memorial packing in a little bit here with an early start, 5 o'clock as opposed to 7.
I know, and we were talking about how the pitchers are having trouble finding the strike zone, but we're seeing the batters, they're tracking that ball real well. They're able to fight off those so-so pitches right there. Here's the 1-2, and he's going to line that or fly that out to center field. Center fielder's right under it. Comes down with it, Cameron King for the second out of the inning.
Gave it a good ride right up the middle. Just got a bit under it for Snyder. We've yet to see him break out, but once again, just his second game. Mark that in F8. And here's another really good batter for the Lightning. Back in the first game, he was 3 for 5. That's Marco Moises. Had 2 RBIs and was just all over the base paths. And the second game was 1 for 3, but did walk twice and scored a run.
So here's the first pitch from Clinton. Oh, he's going to turn on that one, but just gets right under it. Easy play for Xavier Lopez, the right fielder, and he's going to bring it down for the third out. So that's the end of the top of the frame here, and we'll be back soon. 1-0, Lightning. Leesburg Lightning able to bring in one. The run will be unearned for Clinton, but a 1-0 lead is a 1-0 lead. So we'll see if the River Rats have something here, able to close that gap and make it an 0-0 ball game again.
Yeah, Lightning wanted a little bit more in that inning, of course. A couple runners left stranded. One is what they'll have to take here in the bottom half of the first inning, and this is a crucial moment for the Lightning. Like I said, in combined, 11-run score for the Rats in the first innings of these first two ball games.
So leading off here for the River Rats is Cameron King, playing in center today. King yesterday had one hit, went 1 for 3, and the second pitch is going to be in there for a strike. King 1 for 3, 1 run, 1 RBI, 286 average on the season. Here's the third pitch. That's down there for a ball. And we have Zach Merkin here on the mound. King's going to chop that to the second baseman. Second baseman unable to come up with it, and that's going to be an error on him. So leadoff runner for both teams here, and King's able to get on. That was a weird hop to the second baseman, but that still should be a routine play right there.
Yeah, that's TJ Sokaros out there. I really don't know what he was thinking. I know it's a fast runner in Cameron King, but that ball got out there pretty fast. If he just stayed back and let the ball kind of come to him, I think he would have had a good play, considering he's at second. He's got a really short throw. I don't know why he would try to pick that off the ground like that. It seemed like he was a little bit in between in his decision-making, whether he should pick it or play back on it. But like I said, that ball, even though it was a slow looping line drive, it got out there pretty quick. And as a former second baseman myself, I would have let that come in and let that play off of the first couple of hops instead of try to pick it off the ground.
The first pitch to Stuart Puckett's going to go be in there for strike one. Here's the 0-1 Puckett, and that's another pickoff attempt right there. So Zach Merkin trying to erase that error, but unable to come up with either of those pickoff attempts.
He just picked off right there.
Nothing.
Counts 0-1.
So here's the 0-1. That's going to be on the inside. Ball one. Puckett yesterday going 1 for 5. That one hit, made the most of it, though, as he came around to score. It's part of that big win for the River Rats. It looks like a balk here. So runner's going to take second. So we have a runner in scoring position with no outs. And Leesburg Lightning finding themselves in early trouble once again.
Yeah, it's just like Groundhog Day again. And Lightning just really struggling to have a clean first inning.
Ooh, and that's going to be fouled off for the second strike. It's going to be a 1-2 count here on Puckett.
Stuart Puckett in yesterday's game was 1 for 5, scored a run, struck out twice.
Here's the 1-2. That's going to be in there for ball 2 on the outside part of the plate. Two. Puckett's going to shoot it straight through the middle. Here comes King. Throw to the plate, and King's going to hold off at third. Puckett now. No one covering first. Puckett's going to slide, and he's going to be out.
What a funky play that was, Adrian. I'm almost positive Jesse Litch was giving him the green light around third base. Maybe he threw up a late stop sign, or Cameron King just stopped on his own accord.
Yeah, I didn't see Puckett get lost there between first and second. I was paying attention to King coming I thought the play was going to be at the plate here, not at first base, but...
Well, the first baseman, Orozco, cut it off, and a good job by him. But when you cut it off like that, you've got to expect the runner from third to be wanting to go home. And if he had just taken a look back and saw Cameron King, he would have fired it home, and the River Rats would not have scored that last run.
And that's going to be a hit by pitch there, so we're going to put runners on first and second. Yeah, King was able to score there because he stopped right at third. And that funky play by Puckett there was able to distract both the pitcher, the catcher, basically everyone on the field, and King came around to score. So now we have a 1-1 ball game on our hands here.
Yeah, and inevitably the runner, Stuart Puckett, was safe. Obviously at first we thought he was called out. So it's going to go down as a single, and Cameron King will come around to score.
No RBI.
And for Coach Billings, this has to be extremely frustrating right now.
100%. I know you're talking about him wanting to minimize errors here and seeing a lot of mistakes here in the early going.
Why he was going to second, why he turned.
So now we have Bruno Schaefer here up to bat.
Thought the throw was going to go home.
Out of the College of Central Florida.
Okay.
Second pitch to Schaefer is going to be in there for a ball.
Really? Yeah. Yeah.
Schaefer yesterday, 0 for 4. Still has yet to record a hit here this season, so
Bradley held him at
batting in the cleanup spot.
outs, but
Coach hoping that he's able to come through in a situation like this, especially with a runner in scoring position, and no outs in the inning.
Yeah, good breaking ball there by Merkin. It just really has to settle in. A lot of this is not really his fault. Had that error by Socaras at second base. Really didn't help things.
That's a fouled off by Schaefer right there. I think it's an important thing for Merkin to remember there is that, yes, the run scored. Yes, he has runners on first and second. Yes, he has been unable to record an out here, but a lot of this isn't his fault, and I think he needs to pick his head up, bear down, and take care of these batters here. Here's the next pitch. Schaefer. It's going to be on the outside part of the zone for another ball.
Zach Merkin out of Southeastern University, transferring out of Butler to head there next spring. Started 3 games out of 4 appearances, 11 innings pitched, 6 hits, just 2 earned runs.
Here's the pitch. Schaefer's going to get under it. Shortstop tracking it down, but it's going to be the center fielder who calls for it. So He brings it down for the first out of the inning.
not a good idea.
Going back to Merkin, a 3.31 ERA through his first 3 years at Butler Community College. A 1-0 record, 17 appearances, 9 starts. Back in 2024, 12 and 2/3 innings pitched, 8 hits, 2 earned runs, 15 strikeouts in those 12 innings. So he's played really well at Butler Community College, and Southeastern's getting a good transfer on their hands.
So here's Xavier Lopez up to bat. He's going to make contact on the first pitch, pop it up to the third baseman. Should be an easy play, and it is. So Reed Snyder brings it in for the second out of the inning.
Well, I'd love to see that for Merkin. This inning had trouble written all over it, and Merkin in the Lightning can get out with just 1 run given up. That would be huge considering what has transpired in the first 3 batters, the error, the base hit, and the hit by pitch, and then, of course, what has happened the past 2 games.
Yeah, just remember earlier this inning, he had runners on first and second with no outs, and he's able to get those 2 quick, easy outs. And here's the pickoff attempt here. And runner able to make it back to the bag in time.
Dawson Mock will get to bat. That 3-run homer in yesterday's first inning really opened things up for the River Rats.
Yeah, and that first pitch is going to be there for a ball at the top of the zone. Yeah, Mock had a big day today, or a big day yesterday. 2 for 3, 3 runs, and 3 RBIs. As the 1-0 is going to be down at the bottom of the zone in the dirt for ball 2.
Yeah, 2 for 3, 3 runs scored, 3 RBIs, 2 walks. He was all over the base pass, giving the Lightning a lot of trouble.
Here's the pitch, and he gets under it. So another fly ball in the infield, and it's going to be the shortstop, Ryan Jenkins, to bring it down for the third out of the inning. So the River Rats are able to answer back, score 1, and now we have a tie ball game here going into the top of the second. 1-1 here from Sanford Memorial Stadium. 1-1 as we go into the top of the second.
The University of Pittsburgh. Second
So a lot of action here in the early going. So we'll see if the pitchers are able to settle down, or if we're going to have another explosion of runs today here at Sanford Memorial Stadium on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Here's Trent Clinton for his second inning of work. And that first pitch is going to be a ball on the outside part of the plate. Yeah, and up to bat here.
TJ Sokras out of Pittsburgh. Saw him pitching in yesterday's game. Pitcher and a hitter. Came in. Unfortunately, gave up 2 runs, 4 walks as well.
Here's the next pitch from Clinton. And that's going to be called the ball too. So Clinton struggling to find the strike zone here again. Here's the pitch. That's going to be ball 4. So another leadoff walk here for Clinton. So we'll see if these runs are, if there's going to be any runs that are going to go unanswered here.
Yeah, if you're the Lightning, starting out with another leadoff walk, you'd like to get at least another run across, especially if Eli Thurman can reach here.
And I think you hear everyone talk about from all levels, that leadoff walk is just a dagger to the defense here. As the first pitcher is going to be a strike in there. Eli Thurman up to bat.
took an extra step over there.
That pitch is going to be down for the ball. It's going to be a 1-1 count here on Thurman. Thurman yesterday going 1 for 3, coming around and touching home plate twice. 333 average on the season. Only struck out once yesterday and was able to draw a walk. Another pickoff attempt by Clinton. Base runner gets back there in time.
Oh, that's true. I just thought of that.
Here's the next pitch to Thurman. And that's going to be shot straight to the first baseman. He touches first base and tags him out too. Wow. That was a delayed call by the umpire there, but he looked safe from my point of view
He definitely
here.
beat the tag for sure. He just slid over the bag, and a good job by Spiker to keep the tag on, and Sokras just slid right over the bag.
Yeah.
So unfortunate luck for the Lightning.
But great luck for the Rats. Able to eliminate that leadoff walk and get a double play here.
That is a reverse force double play.
His first pitch is in there for a strike. That's great heads-up baseball by the first baseman, Bruno Schaefer there, able to touch first base right away. He's right there. Able to make the throw to second base. Spiker as a single shot through the right side of the infield. And the Lightning are going to have another runner here.
Yeah, good job by Pleasant. A much better game yesterday after a rough first one. Was able to have a base hit, a 2 RBI base hit, excuse me, for Pleasant. Had 3 total on the day.
So we're going to have Nick Rubuski here up to bat for the Leesburg Lightning. Batting in the 10th spot today. Playing catcher as well. And he's going to foul one off to the right side. Right fielder's not going to try as it falls right behind the clubhouse. So Clint here in an 0-1 count. But that's what I was talking about earlier today in the early going. Is that, yeah, you're a pitcher, yeah, there's going to be mistakes, you're going to allow runners, but you have to trust in that defense behind you. And clearly for Clinton and the Sanford River Rats, that's paid off for them here, as they're able to eliminate that leadoff walk and potentially keep a dangerous runner off the bases.
Yeah, Wroblewski had the day off yesterday. Trey Kraft was just getting beat up left and right behind the batter's box and had a good day too. He's going to get called for a balk.
And that's another balk.
Didn't look like much. I'm just guessing he flinched that foot that was on the rubber.
I didn't see that one, did you?
I was watching the umpire.
So now we're going to have a runner in scoring position here.
First one was a,
2 outs.
you know,
Here's a pitch to Rubisky. That's going to be down the dirt for a ball. Rubisky looking to get something going here and give his team their second lead of the game. Here's the pitch. That's going to be on the outside for a ball. It's a 3-1 count on Rubluski here. Clinton trying to get out of this inning. Rather quick inning. Rublisky's going to turn on that one. Sends it all the way left field. But Dawson Mock able to track it down and bring it for the third out. So we stay tied here as we go into the bottom second. 1-1, Bolts versus Rats. Sanford Memorial Stadium, the home of the Sanford River Rats, as we're tied 1-1 here at the top of the second. And it's going to be Daniel Spiker up here to bat for the River Rats, leading off. Spiker yesterday went 1 for 3 with 1 run, 1 RBI, and 2 strikeouts, but also reached base and 2 walks as well. So here's the first pitch. He's going to check a swing on that, and that's going to be fouled off behind the plate. So here's the 0-1 for Merkin. That's going to be high and inside for ball 1. So Spiker out of Tallahassee State College, looking to make a name for himself here in the Florida League. As the 1-1's going to be in there for a ball.
Yeah, just missed. Still just a tight zone from the home plate umpire.
Here's the 2-1. That's going to be called for a strike on the outside part of the plate. It's going to be a 2-2 count on Spiker here. That's a great name, by the way. Spiker. Oh, change up there had Spiker right in front. And Merkin collects a strikeout, his first strikeout of the day.
Yeah, a really good pitch. Almost buckled Spiker there. A corkscrew swing. A really awkward one at that. A really good fresh start for him.
So here's Anthony Saliba out of Seminole State. Playing behind the plate today. Here's the first pitch. That's going to be on the outside for a ball. So 1-out count by Merkin to Saliba. Here's the second pitch, and Saliba's going to swing over it for strike one. Merkin's definitely got both these batters confused right now with either an off speed or a breaking ball right there. And he goes back to the fastball for strike two, so it's going to be a 1-2 count.
Getting ahead in counts, you love to see that. We just love a quick 1-2-3 inning of your Coach Billings over there in the third base dugout.
Saliba turns on this one, shoots it straight through the middle for a single. So the Riverettes are going to have a runner on first here with 1 out in the inning.
Pretty much jinxed that one myself. A nice hit by Saliba off the breaking ball.
I was talking to our friend TJ French, our communications person for the Winter Park Diamond Dogs, and it's something that we all have to learn, that announcer's curse that we have to keep a lid on, because yesterday there were plenty of times we talking about how a pitcher hasn't issued a walk yet, or a batter has been really hot, and then we talk about it. As here's Santana, flies one out to center for the second out of the inning.
Looked pretty good off the bat. Well swung ball. Didn't seem like it carried that much. Wind's not really blowing. Maybe a little bit left to right. But just a slight breeze.
Here's the EH, wearing number 27 from Geneva, right down the road here.
So here's Cooper Pittman
From
from South Florida State, batting in the 10th spot today. As both extra hitters are batting 9 and 10 today for the Riverettes. Here's the first pitch. It's going to be a ball high. It's going to be strike one on Pittman there. Pittman out of South Florida State. Last season appeared in 41 games, 238 average, 10 RBIs, 31 runs, and 7 stolen bases. So just looking at those numbers there, that's a guy with speed.
Really good pitch by
strike
Merkin.
two. So if Pittman's going to do anything with the runner on second, it's going to be with 2 strikes here. Runner on first. I apologize. Here's the pitch. That's going to be on the outside part of the zone right there.
Just missed with that one. A really good pitch by Merkin. A good miss.
As we saw earlier in this inning, Merkin's got that swing and miss stuff, so let's see if he goes back to that changeup there, because those working really well for those first couple batters. That's going to be in there for strike 3. Pittman doesn't give it a chance, and that's how this frame ends. So we're going to go to the bottom second. 1-1. Riverettes, Bolts. That's versus the Leesburg Lightning. Still a 1-1 game here. Top of the third, so we'll see if Lightning are able to get base runners. We haven't had from either side a pitcher retire the side here, so seems like going to be a theme all day to see base runners on. As Clinton throws the first pitch in there for ball 1. Here's the 1-0. That's going to be high for ball 2. So Ryan Jenkins, the leadoff man here for the Lightning. Fouls that one off to the right side. That's the first baseman tracking it down, unable to get to it.
I think there was a foul ball at the exact same spot in the first
It's going to be a 2-1 count here on Jenkins.
They should probably just set something up right there.
Jenkins reached in the top of the first with a leadoff walk, so Lightning would be very happy to see him get on base again. Here's the pitch. Jenkins able to foul that off towards us.
Yeah, the Lightning would love another leadoff batter aboard. It would really help them in trying to get the lead back or get their first lead of this ball game.
Jenkins able to lift one and place it right in front of the center fielder for a leadoff single. So that's 3 innings in a row now that the Lightning have a leadoff runner here. Vic, what are you seeing from the Lightning here today?
They're just doing a good job of getting the leadoff man aboard. I think the River Rats are doing an even better job of limiting damage, and that's going to be it for Trey Clinton. I'm shocked. Just 1 run given up, and I'm not sure what the case was with that. Maybe he was said all along that he'd only go a couple innings, but I am shocked here.
Yeah, me too. I mean, yeah, he gave off 3 leadoff base runners, but I didn't think his day was over here. He did a pretty solid job putting away batters, limiting damage here. I mean, he only had the 1 run in the first inning here, but head coach seeing something that we're not. So Clinton's day is going to be over. And we're going to go to a break as it's 1-1 here at Sanford Memorial Stadium. So welcome back here at Sanford Memorial Stadium. So we have a pitching change here in the top of the third. And taking the mound for the River Rats is going to be Nico Haukes out of Tallahassee State College. Didn't make any appearances in college last year, only a sophomore though. So looking to make a name for himself here in the Florida League. As runner goes and throws high, and good job by Puckett, the second baseman there, to prevent him from rolling to the outfield and keeping the runner at second. So now we have a runner in scoring position with no outs here in the top of the third. And this is not the situation Nico Hauke is expected to find himself in, especially after one pitch. As the batter lifts one up towards left field. And Mock's going to come down with it for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, just super surprised about that pitching change. I'm guessing that Trey Clinton might have been on limited innings. I just can't imagine that they would pull him out of the game in a tie ball game like this, considering that they've used so many pitchers in the last couple days with the high-scoring game.
Clinton did allow a leadoff runner in each of the innings that he started in, but I do agree with you there. Coach definitely thinking something else. Maybe he looking for a bullpen type game today. Secure the sweep here for the Riverettes. Here's the first pitch, and that's going to be a ball on the inside. Looks like a slider that was just overthrown a little bit, or underthrown, I should say. So Leesburg do have something cooking here with a runner on second. Here's the 1-0, and that's going to be for a ball. That's going to be a passed ball right there, and runner takes third.
Yeah, Jenkins had a great read on that, and it took Saliba a second to get up from his catcher's crouch.
Yeah, Saliba able to put the glove on it, but just not able to secure it down, so yeah, we're going to see the infielders. Oh, infielders are not playing in, so
yeah, it's just the third inning. Not really any reason to.
here's the pitch. He's going to pop that sky high. Should be an easy play for the first baseman here. Oh, and he drops it.
You know what? I think that could have been partially the coach's fault. He was yelling at Saliba to get back to to home plate to cover just in case Jenkins decided to go home, and I think that could have tripped up Stuart Puckett over there at second base, maybe even the first base, and him yelling at Saliba to get back. Obviously, rightfully so. Saliba was drifting way off, and Jenkins could have easily tagged up if no one was at home plate. So I'm wondering if Litch kind of confused one of his ball players there trying to make the catch.
Yeah, and it is a sunny day today, so the sun could have had a factor in this, but that was Schaefer, the first baseman there, just unable to bring that pop fly down. But yeah, you don't want to leave home undefended here, especially with a runner on third and only one out in the inning. So here's the pitch. That's going to be in there for ball 4, so we're going to have runners on the corners here for one out. So Nico Haukes came in with a runner on first, and he was able to record an out, but now he has runners on the corners here, and trouble is brewing here in Sanford. Here's the first pitch. Got some swing and miss right there for strike one.
Yeah, big swing and a miss from Keller, swung right over the top of it. A really big hitter and not someone you want to face with runners at the corners and just one down. See if he can split a gap here.
So here's the 0-1. Runner goes, and it's going to pass right behind the catcher, so Leesburg's going to score, and runner moves to second. And the Lightning have a one-run lead for the second time today. Looked like a fastball down, just passed right between the legs of Saliba. So the runner from third scores, and Lightning still have another runner in scoring position here with only one out in the inning.
That's a balk.
That's a balk, so runner's going to move to third now.
Yeah, I don't think Jesse Litch like that one, like that call too much, so he's going to come out and ask the umpire what he saw.
That's the third balk we've seen today, second by the River Rats.
We can go a month without saying fruit ball.
So here's the pitch. It's going to be there for strike one on the inside part of the plate right there.
More of a generous call from what we've been seeing for the home plate umpire. Not saying that it wasn't a strike.
Yeah, we've seen balls in that area, get called for a ball in earlier at bats this game, so who knows? Maybe we'll see Nico work that same spot. Here's the 0-1. It's going to be there for a ball. Another wild pitch, and the runner from third scores, so Leesburg now has a 3-1 lead over the River Rats here in the top of the third.
There's a great deal of base running by Orozco. Read that perfectly. And not saying Saliba was slow to get up, but I don't think that he had that sense of urgency as much as he did in some other wild pitches. And Jesse Litch is pleading his case for something. I'm not really sure what.
He's talking about the batter distracted his players from being able to make that play. That's the only thing I can think of right now.
You know, you could be onto something. It might be Charlie Keller not getting out of the way as much. He is a lefty, though. So when he does back up, he was backing up towards where the ball was going. Jesse Litch obviously disgruntled, and will have to digress as he goes back to the dugout. But a good job. Not much Saliba could do. Maybe was slower to get up because he felt that Charlie Keller was in the way. Obviously, a right-handed batter would have been way out of the way on that wild pitch.
So Keller reached the last time he was up to bat, so let's see if he's able to do that again. And a pitch on the outside is going to be called for a ball.
So that last one that Ryan Jenkins scored on was a pass ball.
And
that last one was a wild pitch. Would have thought that both would have been wild pitches.
Here's the pitch. That's going to be on the inside for another ball there, and that's going to be ball 4. As the Lightning have something brewing here. But like we said, baseball's a long game, and it was a back and forth yesterday, too, between both these teams. So we'll see if the Lightning are able to hold on here and secure themselves a win and save themselves from a sweep here.
Yeah, you know, a lot of balls in the dirt, not much Saliba could do with a lot of it. I'm wondering why exactly Saliba's been catching all 3 games in a row for the River Rats.
That's not Saliba. Schaefer.
So we do apologize. That is not Saliba behind the plate right there. That's going to be Schaefer.
Even though we were handed Schaefer or Saliba on the lineup card. We, of course, got the lineup card about 5 minutes before we went on without positions. But, okay, so Schaefer, the new catcher. That also could be a reason as to why might be a little bit new to everything and not blocking everything up as well.
Here's a pickoff attempt by Nico there. Not even a tag attempt. Here's the pitch. That's going to be low for a ball right there. So an eventful inning here for the Leesburg Lightning. And a surprise pitching change by the Sanford River Rats. And it looks like it has not paid off for them. Runner goes. Throw to second. It's not going to be in time. So the Lightning are going to have their 3rd runner in scoring position today. Still only 1 out in the inning.
Great jump by Charlie Keller. Took that extra step beforehand, and nothing Schaefer could do about that. Schaefer was playing first base before he switched to being behind home plate. So trying to get everything in order here.
Oh, and he's going to swing over that for a big strike. So Nico Hauk is here, looking to retire. His second bat, it's looking to record his second out. Here's the pitch. He's going to swing over that again for strike 2. That's going to be strike 3, actually. My apologies. So now we have 2 outs in the inning, and Nico Hauk looks to be settled in a little bit and stop the bleeding here in the top of the 3rd.
DH, number 9, Marco Voices.
So here's the extra hitter. He's going to turn on that one, send it over to right field, and he gets down. Runner's making his way towards home. It's going to be cut off by the pitcher there, so that's going to be an RBI single for the Lightning here. And we have a 4-1 ball game, so Sanford River Rats find themselves in a 3-run deficit here at the top of the third.
A great job by Moises, able to line that into right field, and Reed Snyder getting the green light from Tanner Clark over there at third base. And I think it's Xavier Lopez over there at first base.
So Lopez at first base, so early changes here by the River Rats plenty.
And not really sure who's in right field now.
Switch uniforms. There's 3 in right field.
Dawson Mock out in right field, so now we got to find out who's in left. So moving all over the place now.
The guess of our scorekeeper is Saliba. Saliba's been the guess of all our guys moving around right now. There's another pickoff attempt by Nico. Runner just stepped right back onto the bag. Here's the pitch. Runner goes again. Throw to second. And it is in time for the third out. What a throw to record the third out and close out what has been an eventful evening here for the Sanford River Rats. But the Leesburg Lightning did some damage here in the top of the third. 4-1 Lightning. The home of the Sanford River Rats, as the Leesburg Lightning have a 4-1 lead here in the bottom of the third. So the River Rats looking to close that deficit, and the leadoff man Cameron King here is going to get us started. There's the first pitch to King, and he's going to send that one to right center field. It's going to get in the gap. King's making the turnaround first, heading to second, and he's going to have a stand-up double to lead off the inning here.
Yeah, one pitch and a double. Spoils another chance at getting a 1-2-3 inning.
Yeah, so that's going to be the second leadoff runner for the River Rats here in 3 innings.
Second baseman number 7, Stuart Bucket.
Stuart Puckett here up to bat, hoping to at least chip at that deficit right now. Puckett yesterday went 1 for 5 with a run scored with 2 strikeouts. Currently batting 111.
He's been calling that a strike.
Here's the pitch. That's going to be a strike on Puckett right there. Yeah, that was a beautiful first pitch double by King right there. Sent it to the right center gap. Ball pitch on the outside is going to be called for a ball there. Here's the next pitch on Puckett, and he's going to send another one sky high, right center field. That's going to be the center fielder, Julian Arizari, to bring it down.
Yeah,
Runner
that
tags up to third.
Irizarry out there, a really good grab, battling the sun. I think that Charlie Keller had a tough time of seeing it, so luckily Irizarry was able to come over and grab it.
King is going to tag up and move all the way to third off of that. So the Rats have something cooking here with a runner on third and only 1 out here in the bottom of the third.
Third baseman, Dawson Armin.
So now it's Dawson Armin, who was hit by a pitch to start his game off.
What's that guy's wearing?
That's a strike down there.
So, you're 100% sure that that is Harmon?
Dawson Harmon, yes.
Is it, you sure it's just the numbers?
Yeah, they said that's his number for home games.
Here's the 0-1, and Harmon's going to swing on that. That ball had some break to it, and Harmon just not able to get a piece of it.
Schaefer on deck is actually
So Harmon in an early 0-2 count here. Zach Merkin looking to prevent the run from scoring. And Harmon's going to send it over to third base. Run will score. Able to make the play. So a productive AB for Harmon there. Brings one in.
he's the catcher.
He is catching.
And now it's a 4-2 ball game.
Full time.
Here's the catcher, Bruno Schaefer. What does Saliba play?
Field, we believe.
Yeah, not much Reed Snyder could do besides just throw it on to first. Still have the 4-2 lead.
There's Schaefer who fouls that back. Schaefer's actually the catcher today's game.
Playing first base.
Okay.
Schaefer flied out in his first go at it, so we'll see if he keeps the inning alive here for the River Rats. Here's the pitch.
Right field.
He swings right over it for strike 2. So Merkin, we're getting another 0-2 count here. Doing a good job of getting ahead of these batters.
Okay.
Making play defense. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That's going to be strike 3 to close out the inning. So River Rats able to bring in one. Still 4-2 Lightning.
Top of the 4th inning, the batter TJ Sokoras off Nico Halkus. The first pitch is a called strike. Try to get the defensive lineup set up. We're working backwards here. Sorry about that, everyone at home. Owen offering a ground ball out to second. That's Spiker. Goes to first, one down.
Spiker to Lopez. So we're finally able to get everything sorted out, make the right calls, give the right people credit where credit is due right now. But a quick first out for Nico Hackis here. So hopefully we're able to get a quick inning here from the River Rats.
Popped up into right field. That's Dawson Mock out there. He's got that for out number 2. One pitch takes care of Eli Thurman.
So 2 quick outs here from Hawkins. That's great to see from him. He kind of came in as a shock to us all at the top of last inning. Came in relief with 1 runner on and no outs and struggled a bit.
Haven't moved it. It's just been different from the beginning.
Lightning were able to capitalize and bring in 3. So Hawkins looks to at least settle down here, getting 2 quick and easy outs.
Batter's Ledger Pleasant, the extra hitter. A single back in the 2nd inning.
Catcher, first base.
Next offering's a called strike. If Pleasant can reach, it'll be Nick Wroblewski.
Correct. Pittman is left field. Pittman is left field.
That bounces up there, nowhere near.
Yeah, ball in the dirt.
Quickly 1-2 is the count.
Catcher Schaefer able to get in front of it, but no runners on, so no harm, no foul.
So Xavier Lopez at first, Daniel Spiker at second, Stuart Puckett at short, Dawson Harmon at third, Dawson Mock in left, Cameron King in center, Pittman in left, Dawson Mock in right. And a swing and a miss from Ledger Pleasant, and the Lightning go down quietly. A 1-2-3 inning for Nico Halkus as we head into the bottom half of the 4th. Welcome back. Bottom half of the 4th inning. Lightning went down quietly in the top half. Due up for the River Rats, Xavier Lopez, Dawson Mock, Daniel Spiker. It's going to be 5, 6, and 7. Zach Merkin's still out there for the Lightning. Lefty reliever has started to warm up as that one's a called strike.
Yeah, Dustin Mock flight out in the first. Had that big game yesterday.
Ball's outside. Flew out to the third baseman, Reed Snyder. So he's doing a really good job of hitting it opposite field. That home run yesterday was an opposite field blast for him. 1-1, beautiful breaking ball for a called strike.
And real quick, that is my mistake. That's not Mock, that is Lopez, the first baseman out there batting right now.
Hey, almost tripped me up, yeah.
Xavier Lopez had a big day yesterday as well, 1 for 3. 3 runs scored.
Next one misses outside from Merkin.
Yeah, and while Mock popped up to the third baseman, it was Lopez who popped up to the shortstop, 1 AB earlier in that first inning.
Next offering is grounded foul. Good fight by Lopez. But Dawson Mock did also fly out to the left side to the shortstop Ryan Jenkins, so he is doing a good job of hitting it opposite field. We'll see him in just a moment as he's on the on-deck circle. Merkin ready, the pitch. Popped him up in the infield. We'll see who calls it. TJ Sokaros will call off the first baseman, Juan Orozco. 1 down.
Yeah, back to your previous point about players being able to hit opposite field. I mean, up here we can commentate, but it's a hard thing to do out there to get those hands extended, sent out to the opposite field. That I saw that a lot yesterday from the Diamond Dogs.
Spiker on deck is second base. You got that?
First pitch to Mock, misses low. 4-2 lead for the Lightning. Just their second lead so far this summer. Had one yesterday against the River Rats, but Rats quickly came back and took a lead of themselves. Another one skipped up there. 2 balls, no strikes. Merkin taking his time, 2-0, up and away. 3 straight balls from Merkin. So he pats his chest, letting his catcher know it's his fault. Looking for the first strike of the at-bat, 3-0 on the way. Swung on and missed. A green light from Dawson Mock. He missed every stitch of it. (3-1), just a bit off the plate. A close miss from Merkin, and it's a 1-out walk to Dawson Mock. That'll bring up Daniel Spiker.
There's number 37, second base.
Lefty in the bullpen, I believe, is Gunnar Plante. Should be able to tell. Gunnar Plante is listed at 6'8". He does look tall out there. I'm not completely positive on that one. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully we won't have to need him, or won't have to see him for a long time if you're the Lightning. A bunt laid down by Spiker. It's a beauty. He might beat this one out. The throw by Merkin is just in time. Throw back to second. They might have a play. Oh, and he's safe.
That was a very close play at second right here. I thought he almost had him.
I thought he did have him. A great job by Merkin to get off the bump and gun Spiker down. And a great job by Juan Orozco, the first baseman, to snap throw it down to second base where they almost had Dawson Mock drifting too far off the bag.
Yeah, that sacrifice bunt almost turned into a disaster right there. He did do his job moving that runner into scoring position, but that runner almost got out himself. Overran the bag. Got a little too ambitious out there.
2 down for Saliba. The extra hitter gets a day off from catching. Swung on and missed.
Oh.
Should have called the bluff on in the first couple innings when I saw that he was the catcher. Usually you don't see catchers doing it 3 games in a row, especially in the summer.
Yeah, 100%.
Pretty sure, yeah.
He's the extra hitter along with Manny Santana.
Red shirt.
Yeah, 3 games in a row is just absolutely just terrible on your knees and on the body in general. I played catcher once when I was in Little League, and I suffered, never did it again. So I can't imagine him going out doing that multiple days in a row. So good for him to just be in that extra hitter role today.
Line drive, base hit into left field, getting the green light is Mock. Here comes the throw. It's way off line, and it's a 1-run ball game after the RBI single from Saliba.
Yeah, he's just able to send one over the infield, dropped into shallow left field, and there's nothing really that the left fielder can do there. He did try to bring the throw, but it's just offline, and
Looks like Coach Billings will come out, and he is going to point to his left-handed pitcher. We will tell you all about the new hurler for the Lightning after this break. The score is 4-3, Lightning holding on to a 1-run lead. Fourth inning. The Lightning have a new pitcher and a notable one, Gunnar Plante. He's undecided as of right now, 6'8", 200 pounds. Talk about a long, lanky, left-handed pitcher out of Woodstock, Georgia. His father in attendance tonight, and his father was the first coach for the Sanford River Rats back in 2004, where they won the FCSL title in the first year that the FCSL was named a league. So he is here in the second row watching his son play, and first committed to Rutgers, and in 2024 did not receive any playing time, and at Wagner this past year did not pitch as well. So he has not pitched collegiately as far as I'm aware, and after talking with Coach Billings he confirmed that, but has a big chance here playing for the Lightning, which is a bit odd. First pitch misses upstairs to Manny Santana. And I say it's a bit odd because his father, like I said, was the coach for the River Rats during their inaugural season.
yeah, definitely a really cool full circle moment right there. But I think his father is able to put aside his favorite, the River Rats, to watch his son pitch here.
Next offering misses inside. And Coach Billings, when I talked to him at the beginning of the season, was surprised that Gunnar Plante didn't receive any playing time. A big left-handed pitcher, I feel like that's any coach's dream.
6'8" is just towering.
And he's almost every bit of it. 2 down. Santana squared to bunt, but pulls it back.
Yeah, from up here, I feel short, and like we're in this elevated booth up here.
On deck is Cooper Pittman. And if Plante cannot throw a strike, Pittman will get a chance to hit here with 2 down.
Pittman the first year stole second, stole third, and I think he might have stolen home the same possession.
Lefty comes set. Delivers a 3-0 and yanks it outside. A 4-pitch walk to start. And with a pitcher so tall, you usually deal with command issues that come to bite you. And for not having pitched the back-to-back 2 years in collegiate baseball, I would think that maybe it's command issues for the tall lefty. That is just me assuming, of course. A pitcher like him comes so downhill. It's so hard for some batters, especially the shorter ones.
Yeah, he just has to exert himself that little extra bit just to find the strike zone. And with that walk and that first batter he faced, clearly having a little trouble finding it, but there's a strike right there.
Plante finds the strike zone for the first time to Cooper Pittman, who struck out looking back in the second. Santana over there at first base. Moving to second is Saliba after his RBI single. Lightning clinging to just a 1-run lead. Next pitch misses outside.
Santana in that extra hitter role today. Played yesterday, went 0 for 2, but reached base 3 times on 3 walks.
Next one misses, 2-1. Cade Madison has grabbed a ball and has started warming up in the bullpen. Coach Billings, after the game yesterday, just wants his pitchers to focus on one thing, and that's just throwing strikes, not gifting the other team runs, and we've seen that happen a lot. Next one misses again. Another 3-ball count. This time it's to Cooper Pittman. Yesterday's game, Lightning gave up 11 walks. River Rats gave up 14. Again, a very tight zone, but still, despite that, pitchers just not having great command of the zone early on here in the summer.
Yeah, and you just can't issue free passes. I mean, that's been a theme all weekend all around the league, is just giving away too many walks.
He gives away another one right here as it almost hits Pittman. He loads the bases with back-to-back walks, and Coach Billings out again. Remind you, Coach Billings also handles the pitching duty, so him coming out is not necessarily a sign that the pitcher is going to be replaced, and does not signal for Cade Madison to come in. So assuming he's just going to talk to his big left-hander. The game has been pretty speedy as opposed to yesterday and the day before, but has slowed down a lot here in this 4th inning.
Yeah, this is going to be the 7th River Rats batter coming up to bat.
Up in the land at Conrad Park.
Cameron King.
The Dogs with 2-0 lead. Bottom
King today
4.
has reached base twice.
Top of the third.
In the top of the first on an error, and a double in the third.
Hammers a 4-0 lead over
A long talk from Coach Billings, and everyone gives Gunnar Plante a pat on the back and lets them know that they're there for him. With 2 down, infielders really mean it. They need a ground ball, a pop fly, anything.
Yeah, there's not many things to smile about in a bases loaded situation, but with 2 outs, you're going to do almost anything to record an out here. They just need to get that out, get out of this inning, and preserve their 1-run lead right here.
Cameron King, now the batter, has reached base safely twice on an error to TJ Socaros at second, and then a double back in the 3rd inning, just last inning. Plante ready, working from the stretch, takes his time. His first pitch is a called strike on the outer half. Outfield in regular depth. Infield the same. Still 2 down. King is speedy, so something on the ground, preferably harder hit. Plante a deep breath, the pitch. Just misses. Left fielder Eli Thurman comes in a little bit.
Not have to try to get out of the way, do you?
1 ball, 1 strike.
And they basically never call it that way in the majors either.
Yeah, one call those a year.
Pretty much as long as you're not moving into it.
Pitch from Plante. Oh, man, I don't know where that one missed. It looks like a perfect strike from up here.
Stick your elbow out, they might say, come back. But yeah.
2 balls, 1 strike. Not much help from the home plate umpire. Another tighter zone.
If you know what you're doing, you can get away without moving into it.
Oh, that's going to be a balk.
Timeout, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think a ball crept onto the playing field. They'll throw that out of play. 2 balls, 1 strike.
I was worried to see what that's going to be our 4th balk, or was going to be our 4th balk of the game right there, and that would have brought in the tying run. So
Plante deals a 2-1, popped him up. A breath of fresh air for the Lightning, and Jenkins, the shortstop, is under it. And Plante, after walking back-to-back batters, gets a pop fly to end the 4th inning. But the River Rats do get one back, and the Lightning cling on to a 4-3 lead as we head to the 5th. Half of the 5th, excuse me. On the hill now for the River Rats is Austin Waring. Talk about another long and lanky lefty. 6'8", 220. About the 2 tallest pitchers in the league. What do we have on him, Adrian?
yeah, he's out of Seminole State College. Hasn't seen any action as a redshirt freshman. So using the Florida League as hopefully a place to prove himself here.
First one fouled away. The Lightning batter is Nick Wroblewski, the catcher.
Yeah, Austin Waring out of Orangewood Christian High School.
Ground ball out to short. Stuart Puckett has that no problem. And out number 1 here in the 5th.
Yeah, but 2 6'8" pitchers.
We got a hitter, shortstop, Ryan Jenkins.
As if I'm 5'9", which isn't like terrible, but wow, these guys, something else.
Here are the 2 tickets for the raffle. I give them to you.
Batters Ryan Jenkins. The lineup flips over.
Only 2 winners. And then
There's an extra one in
that's an
case.
extra. Yep.
First one misses from Waring.
I'm gonna bring 'em. I just forgot what I X'd out what I.
You're gonna be downstairs with
Waring from Apopka, Florida.
Would rather.
Not too far away.
whatever you.
Same as Austin Waring from Apopka, Florida. Yeah, so
I'll call, let me see.
who knows? Maybe they pass by each other.
That's what I was saying. Austin Waring from Apopka, Florida.
This inning, how's that?
Okay, and I'll tell them
You'll be downstairs?
by the concession stand. That'll be fine.
I'm sorry?
By the concession stand.
Okay.
Next one to Jenkins is a pop fly into left field. Dawson Mock drifting back and just shy. The warning track calls that one in. 2 down.
That ball had some carry to it, and wind is blowing towards center field, so just wasn't enough
Picture of them, so I
to get to
know.
the warning track.
Okay.
I don't know if they're lying or not.
If you could save me 2 birds with that going.
Yeah.
Batter Julian Irizarry reached on a fielder's choice, came around to score, and has flown out to left field.
Okay.
Tapped out to third. Dawson Harmon charges, throws, and gets Irizarry for out number 3. A quick inning for Austin Waring. The Lightning go down quietly 1-2-3 as we head to the bottom half of the 5th. Madison for the Lightning. This is his first appearance so far this summer. The right-handed pitcher out of University of Memphis from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Redshirted junior. Started at Jones College, 10 appearances, 9 2/3 inning pitched. Struggled there, 13 earned runs given up. Switched to Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College, 3-3 in 19 appearances. Redshirted.
Yeah, Stuart Puckett, the University of South Florida here. Had a single in the first, flew out in the third. So we'll see if he can get something going here in the fifth.
Madison did not play, I believe, at Memphis. That's what I have written down. Did not see any stats when I went to do my research. 6.23 ERA back in 2024. It was 19 appearances, 12 and 2/3 innings pitched. And quickly behind in the count to Puckett. Called strike there.
Yeah, Puckett out of South Florida came in as a redshirt freshman and saw some playing time as injuries piled up. Made 26 starts for the Bulls.
And a 5-pitch walk to start the inning. Stuart Puckett heads down to first base. I bring up Dawson Harmon. Harmon hit by a pitch and grounded out in the third, but did have an RBI on that ground out.
Third baseman, Dawson Harmon.
First pitch to Harmon misses away.
Harmon still looking for his first hit today. He does have an RBI. RBI ground out after King doubled in.
Runner goes, and that one's fouled away. Puckett's going to have to return back to first. Still 4-3. Lightning holding on to that one-run lead. Next offering misses outside. Madison struggling a little bit with his command so far.
Yeah, 4-3 score, so pretty solid score for a baseball game here. Still seeing plenty of base runners, but knock on wood, it seems like the pitchers have finally figured something out here.
Runner goes again. Breaking ball. Strike, and the throw down is not in time. A stolen bag for Stuart Puckett. The last pitch was a strike, so 2-1. Or 2-2, excuse me. Crushed into left field. Forget about it. Dawson Harmon hits that into the other field out and left for a 2-run homer.
That ball was absolutely crushed. Saw the fastball, turned on it. Left fielder didn't even try as Dawson Harmon hits his second home run in as many days and gives the lead to the Sanford River Rats.
That's a 5-4 lead now for the River Rats. And checking you on that, it's his first home run of the summer. Dawson Mock was the one to hit the home run yesterday.
I do apologize for that.
But a lot of heavy hitters in this River Rats lineup as Madison sails that over the head of Xavier Lopez. Bruno Schaefer.
Regardless, that's Herman's third RBI of the game today, so a key contributor for the River Rats here. And this has been the story all weekend. Leesburg Lightning finding chances, getting the lead, but just squandering it away. Still no outs in the inning.
Called strike onto Bruno Schaefer. Struck out and flown out. Next one misses.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that home run from Dawson Harmon. He put a nice swing on it and watched it go.
3 balls, 1 strike, nowhere near. Madison walks Bruno Schaefer. Xavier Lopez is now the batter.
Here's the X-Man. First baseman, Xavier Lopez.
Xavier Lopez up to bat for the River Rats now.
And Coach Billings going to have a talk with Madison. No one up in the bullpen for the Lightning.
It's just to get him settled here, calm him down. Yeah, the home run's nasty, but just got to move on from that, move on to the next batter. Just get some outs. Still a one-run game here. Still plenty of time to let the offense do their thing, but on the defensive side, you have to do your job and hold it down here. So I think that's the wisdom the coach is instilling in his pitcher right here. Just to settle down, throw some strikes, and get some batters out.
A long talk, and it looks like Lightning might have a pitcher or two, at least, maybe heading to the bullpen, maybe not.
Hey, once again, if you're under the age of 12, hustle on down behind the Rats dugout down the first baseline. Races of the bases coming up after this half inning.
The meeting breaks up. Xavier Lopez digs in. Back-to-back flyouts in his lone 2.
Xavier Lopez, the X-Man, as they call him.
That one's behind Xavier Lopez. Kicks right back to Wroblewski, but no play at second base. And there safely is Schaefer. And whatever Coach Billings said hasn't really worked out yet. And there is a reliever up in the bullpen. Catcher Kraft over there going to warm him up. Looks like it's Blake Titmore. Madison misses with the breaking ball, and nothing's really working for him. Next offering misses upstairs, and well, a pitcher that has a lack of command. His worst nightmare is a home plate umpire with a really tight zone. 3 balls, no strikes.
Oh,
And behind him again. Luckily, that one kicks right back to Wroblewski and keeps Bruno Schaefer at second base. And it's not Titmore. It's going to be another left-hander warming up in the bullpen, and they're going to have to get him up quick with Madison really struggling here.
here's Dawson Mock. Second Dawson in the batting order for the River Rats.
In the dirt, a good stop by Wroblewski keeps it in front. Schaefer stays at second. Upstairs with a miss. And then it is very difficult from up here, just watching these pitchers, especially for the Lightning, struggle with the command. Seen it now 3 days straight. Next misses again. And the lefty in the bullpen is quickly getting ready over there with Trey Kraft. The batter Dawson Mock steps out for a second and readjusts. And you got to think these River Rats hitters are just going to keep the bat on their shoulders. 3-0 count.
Yeah, with this like commands. Don't try to do anything too crazy here, and walks the bases loaded now. Still no outs here in the inning.
3 straight walks. Coach Billings comes back out there, and he's going to call upon another reliever. So Cade Madison comes in and gives up 4 walks total and a 2-run home run. The base is full of River Rats for the next pitcher for the Lightning. Will step aside. The new pitcher is Ethan Barrett for the Lightning. Barrett out of Chipola College and a rising sophomore. 6 appearances this spring, 4 2/3 innings pitched, 5 earned runs given up. He's in a tough spot having to face Daniel Spiker. Ground ball, this could be 2. Jenkins steps on second and throws to first for the double play. The Lightning will gladly trade 2 outs for a run that is scored by the River Rats, and it is Bruno Schaefer to come around. 6-4 is now the score.
It was number 5, Anthony Saliba.
Malk and Spiker put out on that 6-3 double play. Called strike from Barrett.
Yeah, what a double play by the Lightning there, too. Able to minimize the damage. And hopefully the new pitcher on the mound is able to keep it at that, just a 3-run frame for the Rats.
Swinging a foul ball by Anthony Saliba, the extra hitter.
Saliba does have a hit. He has 2 hits today, 2 singles, 1 in the second and 1 in the fourth. And an RBI in the 4th inning. Just looking to grab his second RBI of the game here with a runner on third.
Quickly 2 down, still another run standing 90 feet away. Pitch to Saliba and a great stop by Wroblewski. On deck, Manny Santana. Barrett and the Lightning would like to see him in the 6th. Lefty set at the chest, kicks in, delivers. A foul ball by Anthony Saliba. Still ahead is Barrett, and called time before the pitch. They're going to call a balk. It's the 4th balk we've seen today. Would have been a swinging strikeout, but now 7-4 is the score.
That's going to be Lopez there that scores on that balk too. So, yeah, balk problem for both sides here.
You can go 4 seasons and not see 4 balls. Period.
Base is clear. That one swung on and missed. Gets away from Wroblewski, not too far. And the throw to first is in time for the third and final out. But the River Rats do get 4. They extend the lead to 7-4 as we head into the 6th inning. Face Austin Waring still out there for the River Rats, up to a 7-4 lead. The pitching struggles continue for the Lightning. He lines this to the shortstop Puckett, who has that no problem. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Yeah, good job on Puckett just to stay calm and let the ball come to him. Squat down a little just to grab it. And an easy and quick first out of the inning here for Waring.
Charlie Keller, the batter, a single and a walk, stolen a bag and an RBI as well back in the first. Misses outside.
Great baseball player from before the turn of the 20th century. They asked him, how do you get so many...
Called strike onto Keller.
We really Keeler, is that who it was? Okay.
Back-to-back 1-2-3 innings for River Rats pitchers. Very quick innings at that. Ground ball. Look what I found. Austin Waring flashes the leather, and an underhand toss takes care of Charlie Keller for out number 2.
Yeah, Waring's just cool, calm, and collected out there. And it's on pace for a second 1-2-3 inning.
Third baseman Reed Snyder.
Reed Snyder, the third baseman, is 0 for 2 with a flyout and a strikeout. And he takes a called strike. Waring looking really good in this 1 2/3 innings so far. Tapper back to Waring again. He's got that no problem. And the Lightning go down quietly for the 3rd straight inning. We head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Nothing doing for Leesburg. 7-4, the River Rats lead it. Again, pitching is really strengthened for the River Rats. Manny Santana is the batter against Ethan Barrett, who did really well last inning, getting the Lightning out of a bit of a jam. First pitch called strike. Nice one by Barrett.
Yeah, Santana 0 for 1 today. Drew a walk in the 4th. Flew out in the 2nd.
Big cut and a miss. Missed every stitch of it.
Yeah, it looks like Barrett went to back-to-back breaking balls right there. Gets himself in an early 0-2 count. We'll see what he does to put Santana away right here.
Dangles the arm like Craig Kimbrell just from the left side. Misses inside.
Yeah, he tried to go for that breaking ball again, just missed it on the inside part of the plate.
One ball, 2 strikes. Barrett still ahead. Pitch to the lefty batter and misses outside. Count evens up 2-2. Last time the Lightning started the season 0-2 was back in 2010. They actually started 0-4 before getting their first win. Big cut and a miss. Barrett makes easy work of Manny Santana as Wroblewski fires down to first to finish him off. That'll bring up Cooper Pittman. Lightning pitching staff still looking for their first 1-2-3 inning. Faced 4 back in the 3rd, but that, and in the 2nd inning, but that's been about it. Barrett set at the chest, the pitch. Called strike. Next offering misses low and away. Rats pitching stats thrown up a 0 the past 3 innings.
Oh,
Called strike there from Parrott.
yeah, there's that breaking ball again. Looked like a slider. Just sailed right into the zone for a strike.
And the lefty getting back into his stance quickly as a ball creeps onto the field once again.
Yeah, so right now that's the pitch that's working for Barrett right now. It's that slider. Just moving its way into the zone, and it's still early, but River Rats batters don't have an answer for it.
Ground ball hit sharply to Reed Snyder at third. He has it no problem. And a good peg to first makes it 2 down.
Yeah, that was just high and inside. He just turned on it, shot straight towards the third baseman. Just a routine play right there, and an easy second out here. The bottom of the inning.
Gonna bring up Cameron King, the top of the order.
Number 35, Cameron King.
King reached base with an error back in the first, and then a double back in the third. Flew out last inning, or excuse me, the 4th inning. Pitch to him, misses low and inside.
Oh,
Big cut and a miss. Was really early on that breaking ball, expecting the fastball, I'm assuming. 2 balls, 1 strike.
yeah, that slider's just been absolute filth for him in this frame. So we'll see if he goes back to it. Oh,
Cut on and missed. King absolutely fooled on back-to-back pitches. And Barrett now with a 2-2 count. Deuce is wild. Just past 7 o'clock. Game is slowed down, at least in the bottom of the innings. Skips up there. Count runs full.
so that's three breaking balls in a row right there. You think he's going to go for number 4?
I think he might go back to the fastball here. Maybe chases upstairs. Pitch. Breaking ball. Called my bluff. No tag, so Cameron King will be thrown out at first base. There's a 1-2-3 inning. Couple strikeouts and a ground out sandwiched in between. And finally, the River Rats go down quietly as we head to the 7th inning. Still a 7-4 lead for Sanford.
Sanford Memorial Stadium here, as the Sanford River Rats have a 3-run advantage over the Leesburg Lightning. 7-4 here as we enter the top of the 7th inning. Here's the first pitch. We have a new pitcher on the mound too, Luke Hoffman, out of Florida Southwestern State. He's a freshman there from DeLand, Florida, so when he eventually travels up to DeLand to face the Suns, bit of a homecoming for him. Second pitch, just misses on the outside for a ball.
Not sure why they wouldn't just put him with DeLand. I'm sure it's a shorter drive. It's all about the coaching staff, though, of course.
Yeah, 100%. These coaches want who they want, and Sanford River Rats looking for a championship for the first time in 5 years.
That's only if you count COVID championship.
Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses outside. So Hoffman, out of DeLand High School, had a great season over there as a senior last year. As that ball's in there for ball 4, and
A moan from the Sanford faithful over there. They thought it was a strike. Seems it was a bit off the plate. Definitely a close call.
yeah, coach coming out, still some confidence in this pitcher here.
I mean, shooing away the infielders. Dawson Harmon wanted to join in that conversation, but coach wants it to be private.
Yeah, Hoffman here, quite the two-way player in high school, though.
It looks. 1 second. He looks like he's pretty much in his face. Jesse Litch seemed pretty animated out there talking to his pitcher. Not sure exactly why, but just a short meeting, as you were saying.
Yeah, so Hoffman, a two-way star at DeLand High School, 379 average, 17 RBIs. From the batting perspective, but also from the mounds, 12 innings pitched and a 1.17 ERA. So this guy can compete. Here's the delivery. That's going to be a ball.
Would love to see the Lightning start to snag some bags. You're down 3 runs, you're 0-2. Shake things up a little bit. Bruno Schaefer, this is his first game catching so far. Stolen a couple bags already today. Just shake things up a little bit.
You do remember Schaefer did gun down a base runner not too long ago, though, so maybe that's why the Lightning are a little hesitant on sending their runners going.
Well, it was Marco Moises, now that you point that out, who was at first base, but I think it still stands. Odds of getting him twice are pretty low. But you're right. I think that's a big reason why they're probably not sending him.
But I do think you have a good point. Yes, you're down 3, top of the 7th. You still have 9 outs left, but
Yeah, just shake things up a little bit. Get guys going. Get them in scoring position. It's been a slow 3 innings for the Lightning bats. Goose eggs put up since the 4th inning. And another ball coming. I'm not really sure where these balls are coming from.
what is going on? And it's all from the River Rats dugout as well. It's probably the bullpen. Wild pitches down there, just rolling all the way to the field of play. And here's the pitch, and it's just absolutely wild.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter since it's ball 4, but still, you're right. Not what you want to see if you're Jesse Litch and the River Rats, and looks like it's going to prompt a mound visit from Bruno Schaefer, the catcher. And also, for Jesse Litch, not what you want to see in the bullpen.
Yeah, exactly.
Wild pitches over there, so you've got your pitcher here giving up back-to-back walks and throwing that one wildly in the dirt, and then you've got whoever is up in the bullpen not being able to locate pitches, causing time to be called on the field.
Yeah, and Jesse Litch during that entire conversation between the pitcher and catcher. He's just looking down to his bullpen right here. So I think they're just trying to stall time to get pitchers warm enough to bring someone else in. Still a 3-run lead here for the Rats, but no outs in the inning, and there's 2 base runners.
15. Is it 15? No, it's 5. Pretty sure it's 5. Okay, let's see if it will.
As Thurman is showing bunt.
Not really sure what that hit off of. Moises takes a big turn.
Yeah, I thought that was foul for a second, but seems like a wild pitch. So now we have 2 runners in scoring position.
I think, yeah, it's a pass ball. I'm pretty sure that, Eli Thurman squaring to bunt messed up Bruno Schaefer a little bit, and that ball was coming inside. So all those things combined just glanced off of his glove. But the Lightning have a bit of a rally here. Now that you've taken back over, appreciate that.
And there's another wild pitch by Hoffman. Runners get confused and stop about halfway each way.
Yeah,
and are able to return safely.
Sokaros over there at second base is extremely lucky that Bruno Schaefer had his eyes locked in at Moises, the runner at third base. Because if he had thrown that ball to second, Sokaros was out by a mile. He was more than halfway to third base. But Bruno Schaefer, can't blame him, had his eyes locked on the runner at third base trying to come home. And Moises did a great job of recognizing that because he would have been out by a mile had he have gone home. And it looks like that's going to be it for Luke Hoffman.
So Luke Hoffman comes in at the top of the inning and unable to record it out. So we have runners on second and third here. No outs in the top of the 7th. River Rats still up by 3. Welcome back here to Sanford Memorial Stadium as we have a new pitcher on the mound here in the top of the 7th. It's going to be Johnny Sosnowski, sophomore out of Lake Sumter Community College. And he's put in a difficult spot here as runners are on second and third with no outs, top of the 7th. So he's Jesse Lynch turning to Sosnowski as his guy to get the River Rats out of a tricky situation. As Thurman fouls that off.
Yeah, Thurman searching for his first base hit of tonight. Grounded into a double play back in the 2nd. Flew out in the 4th. And a prime opportunity here with 2 aboard in scoring position.
Here's the pitch to Thurman. And it's going to catch the inside of the batter for a ball.
Sosnowski, 6 appearances, 0-1, 8 2/3 innings pitched, really struggled. 10 ERA.
And there's ball 4, so bases are juiced now. And here comes the go-ahead run for the Leesburg Lightning. Still no outs here in the top of the 7th.
Yep, Ledger Pleasant, a base hit back in the 2nd, and then a strikeout back in the 4th.
First pitch, it's going to be called a ball.
And Coach Billings over there, wonder if he's giving his hitters any advice. Of course, Johnny Sosnowski played for Billings this summer, or this spring, excuse me, at Lake Sumter.
Thurman fouls that off.
Of course, has to play, or can't play for the Lightning because of the fact that he's still at Lake Sumter. He'll be a rising sophomore this spring. That one hit well.
Runners will tag. So Leesburg are going to tack on 1. Cut the deficit to 2, and now runners around the corners. Only 1 out here in the top of the 7th.
Good job by Pleasant. Does his job. Gets 1 back. Of course, the Lightning are greedy for some more to cut into this lead a little bit. A handful of Lightning players have played under Coach Billings. Of course, none of them will be returning to play for him, with the obvious rule that he can't be coaching players that he currently has on roster for next season. That's as to why Johnny Sosnowski on the mound is in a River Rats uniform. Or I guess in any other uniform besides a Lightning one.
You think Sosnowski has like an extra sense of edge here because he is pitching against his coach?
Oh, absolutely. You want to prove something to your coach, especially not having the best year and only getting 6 appearances. And you want to have something to talk about going into the spring. Hey, coach, I'd put a number on your hitters. Did really well against them. I deserve a little bit more playing time. Of course, he was a freshman this past spring, so can only request so much playing time from his coach. But yeah, going into next season, definitely a bargaining chip if he does well here.
Yeah, this will definitely be a good thing, dude. Came in with 2 runners in scoring position. If he's able to escape this with only allowing 1 run, definitely a resume booster for the young pitcher on the mound right now.
But knowing Coach Billings, I don't think he's giving his hitters any sort of advice for them to hit off of Sosnowski. I think he respects the game, and I don't foresee him doing any of that.
100%. I mean, fundamentally, the game of baseball is the pitcher and the batter. So just let those 2 battle it out, and whoever's the best will come out on top in that matchup.
Now the tying run in scoring position for the Lightning.
Here's a delivery from Sosnowski. Gets under it. It's going to pop up. Right. And that's going to be the third baseman, Harmon, to bring it in for the 2nd out of the inning. It's a good job by him, recording a 2nd out, preventing any of the runners from moving.
For the Lightning, here's the guy you want up, Ryan Jenkins. Of course, there is 2 down, but a base hit will likely score Thurman over there at second base. And could tie this game up. The outfield playing pretty deep.
Here's delivered Sosnowski, and that's high for ball 1. Earlier in the inning, the Lightning had the bases loaded with no outs. Now we have 2 outs, and they only brought in 1. As ball's hit to the shortstop for a routine play to the first baseman. So Johnny Sosnowski able to get out of a tricky situation, only allowing 1 run. Rats are still up by 2 as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Memorial Stadium here.
Inning for the Rats.
Sanford River Rats still have a 7-5 hold over the Leesburg Lightning. Lightning able to bring in one last inning. And the River Rats hoping to increase that deficit once again. So here's Puckett, the shortstop up the bat. And he's going to ground out to the shortstop over to the first base for an easy first out in the inning.
Good job by Barrett. He's looked really good so far. Got the Lightning their first 1-2-3 inning. Couple strikeouts sandwiched in between a ground ball out. And really quick sixth. And that's what the Lightning need. Just quick bottom halves of these innings and to try to flip the bats back up, carry momentum over. Last inning looked good. Bases loaded, nobody outs. And unfortunately, Lightning could only get one run back.
Here's the first pitch. It's going to be outside for a ball. Yes, it's very important for the Lightning to get quick and easy outs here in the late going of the game, but might be difficult with Dawson Arman up to bat right now. Harmon, of course, had that big hit in the 5th inning, a 2-run homer to put the Rats on top, and Rats haven't given up that lead ever since Harmon hit that home run. So he sent it a long way over the left field wall. So let's see if he conjures up some magic once again. Oh, and he turns on this one again. Doesn't have enough. And it lands right in the glove of the left fielder for out number 2. So Eli Thurman able to collect that out, and Harmon put good wood on that ball, but just unable to get anything out of that.
Yeah, a great swing. Hit it on the line. It's exactly what you want to do, and just too much on the line and right into the glove of Eli Thurman. I don't think we've touched on this bat from Bruno Schaefer. It's bright pink.
Got it.
Find it hard to believe we haven't noticed that. I wonder if it's a new one.
Maybe it is a new one. You know, baseball players be a superstitious. Schaefer's still looking for his first hit here in the game.
Yeah.
0 for 2 with a walk. He did score in the 5th, but still not able to notch a hit for himself.
Yeah, still looking for his first hit of the summer. So, you know what? Maybe this is a new bat, changing things up a little bit. Maybe the old one just wasn't lucky enough.
Here's the pitch to Schaefer. It's going to be inside for a ball. Ethan Barrett still on the mound for the Lightning. Here's the pitch. That's in there for a strike. Barrett having himself a pretty solid day today, though. 2 2/3 inning pitched. No hits, no walks.
Yeah, one of the only counts he's really fallen behind in it.
Schaefer puts good contact on that, but it looks like it's going to be an easy play for the center field here. So a quick 1-2-3 inning here for Ethan Barrett. Still 7-5 River Rats. Rats against the Leesburg Lightning. River Rats still have a lead here in the top of the 8th. 7-5. But here come the Lightning up to bat. Lightning were able to manufacture a run last time they were up, so hopefully they're able to close that gap and make things interesting here in the late going of the game. It's still Johnny Sosnowski on the mound. Sosnowski was able to pitch a solid top of the 7th. No hits, no runs.
That surprised me right there.
You have Irizarry up to bat here for the Lightning. 0 for 3 on the day. Still looking for his first hit. He's 3 for 9 on the season with an RBI. So just not his best day compared to other games this series.
Definitely due for a base hit. Would love to get the Lightning started here early.
Come on, man.
Here's a pitch from Sosnowski. That's high and outside for another ball there. There is action in the Leesburg bullpen, so you do have to assume that Ethan Barrett's day is done today. But it was a solid outing from him, really being able to lock down and keep his team in it.
Yeah, well, he could come out for the 8th. I'm wondering if he will come out for the 8th, and then maybe he gets into trouble. We'll throw in that lefty that's in the bullpen, but could be right. Could be saving him for the next couple days. Him and Lucas Perez have been the best guys out of the bullpen so far, and the Lightning still have 2 more games for their first off day.
Irizarry sends one to center field. And King brings it down for the first out of the inning.
It's Nicholas Del Negro warming up in the bullpen, left-handed pitcher out of Valdosta State from Odessa, Florida.
Here's a pitch from Sosnowski. Oh, it's inside for ball 1.
Surprised the UCF brought the football coach back.
Time running out here for the Lightning.
He was a good fit.
There's 5 more outs to work with.
At the plate is Orozco, who's 0 for 8 on the season. 0 for 1 today. Able to reach base via walks. Yeah, but we were talking about in the top of the 7th. Leesburg is running out of outs here. And yes, it's a 2-run deficit, but you definitely want that 3rd run. And maybe some insurance too. Just to really make you feel safe.
Interesting way to put it. I don't think he forgot.
But somewhat of a bullpen game here from Sanford. No pitcher has gone over 2 innings. Clinton, the starter, went for 2. Halkis, the reliever, went for 2. Waring went for 2. Hoffman found himself in trouble at the top of the 7th. That made way for Sosnowski to come in. His pitch 1 1/3, so we'll see if Sosnowski goes the distance today or they're going to bring in another person as the ball is sent to center again, right center. And center fielder Cameron King brings it in for the 2nd out.
Yeah, even with the 1 run scored last inning, a really good job by Sosnowski and company to just limit the Lightning with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Yeah, last inning the Lightning were able to bring in that 1 run, but I would still consider it a squandered opportunity because they had the bases
100%.
loaded with no outs.
Absolutely. And that 3 spot put up back in the 3rd is really the only blemish, I would say, for the River Rats pitching staff, and 5 runs feels like 2 runs the way the past 2 games have gone before.
Yeah. First pitch to Keller is a ball. Here's the 1-0. That's going to be a check swing right there. It's foul ball, actually. It's going to be a strike, so it's going to be a 1-1 count on Keller. Keller 1 for 2 today. Here's the 1-1 from Sosnowski. Inside for a ball. This can make it a 2-1 count.
Keller had a base hit, or an RBI base hit back in the first.
Keller pops it up, left field. And there's Pittman to bring it in. So an easy 1-2-3 inning here for Sosnowski. Still 7-5 River Rats as we go to the bottom of the 8th. The 8th inning as the Sanford River Rats still have a 7-5 lead over the Leesburg Lightning, but new pitcher on the mound for the Lightning. It's going to be Nick Del Negro out of Valdosta State. Vic, what are we looking to see from Del Negro right now?
Yeah, 5'11", 150 from Newport Richie, if I'm saying that correct. Richie, Florida. Started at Pasco Hernando State, not too far away from here. First one misses. He was 0-1 over there, 16 appearances, 38 and 2/3 innings pitched. In 2024, had a 4.66 ERA, 20 earned runs given up, 25 Ks. As the next one also somehow misses. Del Negro at Valdosta State this past year, an 8.10 ERA, really struggled in his 4 appearances, just 3 1/3 innings pitched.
Pasco Hernando is in Newport Richie, which is on the west coast of Florida.
So here's Xavier Lopez off at the bat as he fouls one off. 0 for 2 on the day, but he did have a walk and did come around and score in the 5th. So Sanford looking to pad their lead a little bit here in the bottom of the 8th. And Sosnowski on the mound has been absolutely lights out for them. Arguably the best pitcher we've seen all day today, as Xavier swings over that one for strike 2. So we'll see if Sosnowski comes out again. See if he can close out the game. Here's the pitch. It's going to be outside for a ball. Here's the pitch to Lopez. Lopez is going to make contact, but it's going to pop out to the right fielder. Brings it in for out number 1.
And for Del Negro, just keep doing that. Pitching strikes, pitching a contact, and just follow up what Ethan Barrett did the last couple innings. Set down the River Rats back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings, couple strikeouts, some ground outs, a couple pop flies here and there, doing a little bit of everything. So Del Negro just Needs to take a page out of Barrett's book, and he'll be just fine here.
Yeah, at this point in the game, all Del Negro's looking for is to keep his team in it. All right, a 2-run deficit, that's still a safe situation for the Sanford Rats, and every now and then a pitcher's known to blow a save, so it's just getting those bats back up there, giving his team a chance.
Don't know yet. That's like 80s.
So here's Dawson Mock. And that's going to be in there for a strike. Mock in right field today. 0 for 1. But he did come around and score due to a walk in the 4th.
Yeah, Coach Litch has used the same batting order for all 3 games and has just changed up positions.
I think he just wants guys to get a little comfortable in different spots. It is a long season, so stuff is bound to happen, and he needs to rely on guys who are saying, hey, maybe this isn't your primary position, but you should come out there for the team today, as there's ball 4, so Mock's going to be a base runner for the Sanford River Rats with 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. So up to
Second baseman number 37, Daniel Spiker.
up to bat now is Daniel Spiker. Spiker also looking for a hit. Grounded to a double play last time he was up. He showed bunt for about a half second there, but pulled back to let the ball pass through.
He must have gotten a bunt. Yep. First 2 games, because they've been playing really fine.
Spiker lines 1 out to left field, so there's going to be runners on first and second now. That's just going to be his first hit of the game. Now he's 3 for 8 on the season. And the Rats have something cooking here.
Yeah, not a good recipe for success for the Lightning. Already down 2 runs and have scored just 1 run since the 3rd inning. So the bats are already pretty quiet, and you don't want to have to do more work than you already have to do with the 2-run lead for the River Rats.
So here's Anthony Saliba in the extra hitter role today. Saliba sends it to right field. Should be an easy play. Runner at second tags up, and it's going to be Daniel Mock at third. So we're going to have runners on the corners now with 2 outs here in the inning. Looks like the catcher's communicating to his infield there about some situational baseball.
Really crucial point in the game here. Lightning, last opportunity in the next half inning to come back and try to at least force the bottom half of the inning.
I think there's pitch number 1 for a ball. I think Del Negro is just looking for soft contact right here. He does have the force at second and first. Just get himself out of this jam here. So it's going to be a 1-0 count on Santana. Here's the pitch. This could be inside for ball 2.
Half off hot dogs, cheeseburgers, and popcorn. Grab them while they're hot. Half off.
So 2-0 count now on Santana. Here's a delivery from Del Negro. Santana's going to make contact. It's going to be an easy play for the right fielder and brings that in for the 3rd out of the inning. So Del Negro able to escape a sticky situation here. And the River Rats have 3 outs left to come up from 2. Memorial Stadium, as the Leesburg Lightning are going to try one last time, to try to save themselves from getting swept here. This 3-game set against the Sanford River Rats. It's going to be Garrett Graham on the mound, right-handed pitcher out of South Florida State College. And he's going to get the save opportunity here. First pitch from Graham. That's going to be a strike on the outside part of the plate right there. During his time at South Florida State College, Graham had made 17 appearances, starting in 14 of them. 6.5 win-loss record with 1 save, 3.50 ERA, but the number I'm looking at is 54 strikeouts and 72 innings pitched, so he definitely has strikeout stuff. Here's the pitch. Oh, that's going to be a strike right there. Looks like a curveball. Batter just got confused. Here's the pitch from Graham. It's going to be fouled off. It's now 2 strikes in the count.
Lightning, so important this leadoff batter is. Just try to get some traffic on the base pass. Still only down 2.
Here's the pitch from Graham. That's going to be a ball on the outside. Here's the pitch. Oh, that was close. So we're going to be in a full count now. That looked like it clipped the ball in the zone, but Graham did not get it. So now we're going to have a full count here. Payoff pitch to the third baseman. So that's going to be a leadoff single for the Leesburg Lightning here.
A great deal of hitting by Snyder. Payoff pitch. And a really hard hit ball through the left side.
Yeah, so that borderline pitch pays off for the Lightning here, as they now have a leadoff runner here at the top of the 9th. So here comes the tying run. Marco Muses, who's 1 for 2 on the day, and he sends one to right field. Lead runner's going to stop at second. So now runners are first on second. No outs in the inning.
And a really good job by Reed Snyder to pick up the third base coach Tanner Clark over there. That one hit into shallow right field, so Dawson Mock was on it pretty quickly, and there was no chance Reed Snyder was going to get to third base cleanly.
So here comes Sakaris up to bat, looking to be the hero. One swing, and we have an entirely new ball game here. Here's the pitch. Bunts it down. Third baseman picks it up, able to get the out, but batter's able to do his job and move the runners in scoring position. So now, tying runs at second. Still only 1 out in the inning.
A great sac bunt by Sakaris over there. Right to the third baseman, going to vacate the bag, and of course the shortstop, Puckett, can't get over there in time, so the only play is to first. And now the tying run is in scoring position.
So here comes Eli Thurmond. Thurmond makes contact on the first pitch, and it's... Wow, 2 runs will score on the error. It is absolutely misgrabbed by the shortstop. And now we have a tie ball game here.
We sure do. All of a sudden, the bat's coming alive a little bit, and you can't really blame Puckett. That ball took a really weird hop, and it seemed like it was going to be a chest-high grab, and all of a sudden, it flips over his head. And Tanner Clark, again, a great job sending the runner. Moises has got some real speed, and that was a pretty good throw by Puckett. A little bit low, but I think it would have taken a perfect throw to nail Moises. And it's a gutsy call by Tanner Clark, but with just 1 out, that's just something that you got to bank on. And now you've got a go-ahead run in scoring position.
Yeah, so there's a runner on second now. Yeah, exactly. That was a very wicked hop towards Puckett. And as you can hear, that left me speechless up here.
And it is going to go down as a single, rightfully so. Great call by our scorers up here. That's a very tricky hop for Puckett over there. Not much he could do about it. And the ball did not drift away a lot. And sometimes when the ball gets booted around, sometimes when it goes far away from the initial person, that's not good because it's going closer to another player. But a lot of times when it doesn't go super far away, the only player that can get it is a guy like Puckett. He's got to get down, grab the ball, shuffle his feet, and make a good throw home. And it was a pretty good throw, but Moises just beat it out.
Here's the pitch. It's going to send that to center field. Just a line out. Able for the second out of the inning, but it's good to see the Lightning be on the right side of these types of situations. I think all weekend we've seen them on the wrong side. It's just unlucky. And also simple errors, too. So
Pinch hitter here now. It's Trey Kraft in for Nick Wroblewski.
Yeah, I see that. I'm just trying to see who that is. Here's number 34, Frank Kraft.
Kraft caught last game, almost a 4-hour game, and he was just getting hit left and right. A couple balls glanced off of him. And just getting beat up behind home plate and was all over the base pass as well. So it's good to see him getting a chance here, and hopefully he can get home the runner over there at second base in the form of Eli Thurman.
First pitch to Kraft's going to be called for a ball. Kraft 0 for 2 on the season. Still looking for his first hit. That's going to be ball 2 to Kraft, and ball gets away from the catcher. Schaefer there, but he's able to track it back down, keep the runner at second.
There was a Women's College World Series game.
So with 2 outs in the inning, River Rats are just looking for any way possible to retire Kraft here, get back in the dugout, and see if they can conjure up a walk-off here, but a wild rally by the Leesburg Lightning here in the top of the 9th.
First and third, one out.
And I'm going to blame myself for this because I've been seeing 9th inning magic
Catches the ball,
all weekend.
right-handed.
DeLand Suns, a 4-run 9th inning on Friday, and then a 3-run 9th yesterday to propel themselves to a series win. And here we are at Sanford Memorial Stadium, and we see the Leesburg Lightning with a 2-run inning, and now that's a walk. Kraft will walk, so there's runners on first and seconds.
You see him hyping up the dugout for the Lightning. You love to see that. The bats have been pretty dormant since the third, just that 1 run back in the 7th inning, but you said it perfectly. That was an opportunity that was squandered a little bit. Bases loaded, nobody out, and they just got the 1 run. So realistically, that 3rd inning has been the only bright spot for the bats aside from the inning that we're in right now.
That's going to be a blown save for Graham as well. He was given the opportunity to close out this game and just didn't happen. So now he's just looking to escape the inning with a tie game. That pitch is going to be called in there for a strike.
Pretty even scoreboard. 7 runs on 7 hits for both sides.
They teach them to work from the ground up so they can move toward the strike zone as you catch it.
Here's a pitch from Graham. He's going to make contact on that.
Oh, yeah.
Left fielder is going deep. It's at the wall, and he's able to bring it in for the 3rd out.
Just missed it.
But the Leesburg Lightning come back and tie it up. So we go to the bottom 9th and see a walk-off win if we go into extras. 7-7. Bottom of the ninth inning, Leesburg Lightning against the Sanford River Rats, and we have an entirely new ball game here in the bottom of the ninth, 7-7, as the Lightning are able to rally and tie the game up with a 2-run frame at the top of the inning.
Yeah, an interesting turn of events. It seemed like the Lightning were done in. And like I said, just dormant bats really since the third inning. And I know that there's a one spot put up in the seventh, but like we said, that was an opportunity that was really short-lived for the Lightning. The bases loaded, nobody out, just scored the 1 run. And looks like the batter called time. But going back to the last half inning, Reed Snyder started it with a base hit, followed by a base hit by Marco Moises. And it was runners at first and second for TJ Sokros, who laid down a great sac bunt, moved the runners over a little bit, and Eli Thurman had a base hit, and it skipped over the head of the shortstop Puckett. Not much he could do about that. Trickled away, and Moises was able to score from second.
Here's the pitch. Pittman sends it to right field, and it's going to be an easy first out. Del Negro is back out on the mound for the Lightning, and he allowed a hit and a walk. Got into a little bit of trouble, but he was able to escape it. And he's trusted to keep his game in this, to keep his team in this one, here in the bottom of the ninth. So here's King up to bat. King in the leadoff spot today. First pitch to him. He's gonna send one to first base, and first baseman's gonna take it himself for a quick second out.
That's exactly what you want to see if you're the Lightning. 2 quick outs and keep that momentum going. You know, you get a quick 1-2-3 inning here, and then the bats are right back up and ready to go, coming off of a really big inning in the ninth.
So here's Puckett, the one who made an error, but again, you can't really blame him too much because it was a wicked hot, but maybe he can redeem himself here and be the hero. First pitch to him's in there for a strike. Here's the 0-1 to Puckett. Fouls that one off. I think right now his approach is just trying to get on base and keep the line moving. He's in a 0-2 count now. And the pitcher Del Negro is going to play on that. See if he can get a swing and miss here. So here's the 0-2. And that's down and away for a ball.
And Del Negro just really needs to stay ahead in this count.
So 1-2. Here's the delivery to Puckett. That's going to be high and away now, so it's a 2-2 count. Del Negro losing it a little bit. So he started off this at bat 0-2. Now batter's worked his way to a 2-2 count. Here's a 2-2.
That's
right,
fair.
right to the third baseman, unassisted. And we're going into extras here at Sanford Memorial Stadium. Leesburg Lightning, Sanford River Rats tied at 7-all.
Into extras we go. 7-7 ball game, and the Lightning due up against Braden Spence. And this is the seventh pitcher that the Rats have used in tonight's ball game so far. Spence is undecided right now. And just 3 games played for Tallahassee this past spring. Or excuse me, that was in 2024. But undecided so far. Tallahassee Community College is where he played back in the spring of 2024. And he'll face Julian Irizarry for the Lightning, followed by Juan Orozco and Charlie Keller. It'll be Ryan Jenkins to start at second base, similar to the big leagues. So they do it in the Florida League. The last batter out was Ryan Jenkins last inning, so he is aboard at second base. Irizarry squared a bunt but pulled it back with the ball.
Yeah, so 7 pitchers used by the River Rats here, so definitely a bullpen game here in the third game of this set. You wonder if that was the plan going into this one.
Foul ball by Irizarry as he squared once again. And wondering if Coach Litch for the River Rats is kind of kicking himself for taking Clinton out, or if that was the plan all along. Of course, he never knew that this game would end up going into extra innings, and of course that 6 more pitchers would be used as Irizarry squares again, pulls it back, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, Clinton was pitching well. He did allow a run, 2 runs, but only one of them was earned. But besides that, he was able to get himself out of sticky situations, and so we'll see what Coach Lynch says post game.
Irizarry lays it down, but it's foul. So now 2 balls, 2 strikes. He'll have to hit away. After him, Orozco, then Charlie Keller. The meat of the Lightning order. Spence ready. The pitch. That one misses. A run in the first, 3 in the third, a run in the 7th, and 2 in the 9th for the Lightning. That makes 7 as we're here in the 10th inning. Misses just a bit outside, I'm assuming, and Irizarry down to first base. It's a leadoff walk, but with the Ryan Jenkins already at second, it's first and second, nobody out. And the bright spot for the River Rats, it does put the force out into play. Any bag will do for the River Rats defense.
Yeah, that looked like a slider right there on the outside part, just missed. 4-4, so now runners first and second, still no outs in the inning.
Orozco 0 for 2 with 2 walks and a run scored. He squares, runner goes anyway, and Jenkins is in there safely. Not a double steal, but Jenkins maybe goes on his own accord. I know Tanner Clark was giving signs to both Orozco and the runners. Surprised it's not a double steal.
Yeah, but absolutely no chance to cut down Jenkins. He was at third by the time the ball reached the catcher, so great stuff by Tanner Clark out there, the third base coach.
That pitch was a ball. I think it was the plan the whole time for Orozco to pull back. Next one to him's in the dirt. I think Orozco squaring to bunt messed up Bruno Schaefer a little bit, made it hard for him to recognize Jenkins was going. Maybe the plan also was for it to be first and third, nobody out. So a difficult situation for the River Rats. And the Lightning knocking at the door as that one floats upstairs. 3 balls, no strikes. Walking Orozco would put the force back into play. Obviously there is one right now, but it would likely score a run. Spence ready. 3-0. Nowhere near. That ball gets away. Jenkins sprinting home. He will score, and the Lightning grab the lead back. It's 8-7.
The wild pitches today, that's what's been the game changer here for the River Rats. They just kept shooting themselves in the foot with runners in scoring position, and pass balls and wild pitches score those runners.
That's the first lead the Lightning have had since the 4th inning, where they were up 4-3, and now Jesse Litch will come out to the mound to talk to his pitcher, Braden Spence. Also talking to his players, Coach Billings and Tanner Clark out there. The new batter, Charlie Keller. A single back in the first, an RBI single. A walk and a run scored in the third, and then he's been quiet ever since. So the meeting breaks up. Litch will head back to the dugout. Can't tell if anyone else is warming up in the Rats bullpen. I can only figure how many more pitchers they have to burn.
Can't think much either. Still no outs.
Now batting for Leesburg.
You still want-
17, Charlie Keller.
You still want Spence to eat up some innings here. But you also don't want this game to get out of hand.
First pitch to Keller on the way. That one misses off the plate.
Jesse Lynch doesn't like that call. It's a frustrating day for him. Had the lead for the majority of the game, and then an inning ago, Lightning came back.
Irizarry scampering back to the bag, and he is safe just barely. And Jesse Litch creeping out of the dugout. I know the Sanford faithful did not like that call. It seemed like Irizarry might have just gotten under the tag. He definitely was inching towards third base and almost took too big of a lead. A great back pick by Spence and a good tag applied by Puckett.
Yeah,
Foul ball by Keller.
Puckett holding his head too. He clearly didn't like that call either.
Irizarry at second, Orozco at first. Still nobody down in the 10th inning. Another long ball game from the River Rats and the Lightning. Next one outside. Now over 3 hours. Yesterday's game was just a hair shy of 4 hours long. And the first game, well over 3 hours as well. A lot of runs scored between these two teams. Spence keeps it in his back pocket, but does check Irizarry at second. 40 runs scored coming into the game, and now 55 total.
In this series, wow.
Yeah. Keller hits this one to left field. Pittman is there at the line and makes the grab. Irizarry will have to stay put at second base. The River Rats get an out, and it will bring up Reed Snyder, excuse me. Snyder, a base hit back in the 9th. He started things off, Adrian, and that's really what got the Lightning going. After him, Moises, who's on deck, had a base hit, and those two came around to score on that RBI single from Eli Thurman. A weird, tricky play for Puckett at short. First offering skips up there. Irizarry thought about it. Now he will go to third. He is in there safely. And almost a bad decision from Irizarry. He hesitated. At first was going to go to third base, no problem. Stopped and then decided that he was going to go to third. And luckily for him, Bruno Schaefer's throw was not in time.
Yeah, that was a good decision by both runners. Try to take the bag. Now you have the infield playing shallow.
Intentional walk.
And it looks like an intentional walk here.
Not a bad idea at all with one down. This will allow the middle infield to play in double play depth. Moises does have some speed. Obviously, not as much speed as Jenkins or Irizarry at the top of the order.
Now batting extra.
But a ground ball towards the middle infield will likely get the River Rats out of this one.
Yeah, but you do want the Lightning attack on a few more, because come the bottom of the inning, the River Rats, they're going to have a runner on second too, so it's going to be an easy opportunity for them to bring him home and get this game tied once again. So you definitely want that insurance right there to help you out.
1 ball, no strikes to Moises. Misses outside again. 2 balls, no strikes, and there's nowhere to put the extra hitter. Moises was 3 for 5 in the first game of the season. Obviously, the Lightning did not win that game, but was a big factor in keeping them in the game. Not just that, had 2 RBIs as well. Yesterday was all over the base paths as well. And now a big opportunity here to pad the lead and get some more insurance. That one's outside. Moises knew it. It's a 4-pitch walk, and the Lightning have their 9th run of this ball game. 9-7 is the score as Irizarry comes home.
So now you have to think Jesse Lynch is regretting that intentional walk now as he walks in a run now. Now the Rats face a 2-run deficit here.
Bases still full of Lightning, and a storm is brewing here at Sanford Memorial Stadium. Sokaras is at the dish. Swung on and missed at that one. Wind picking up, blowing right to left in favor of the right-handed batter Sokaras. Orozco at third, Snyder at second, Moises at first base. That one plunks him. A hit by pitch. And the River Rats walk in another run. Braden Spence having a really tough time out there on the hill, Adrian.
Yeah, Spence has absolutely lost it. Just the control is not there. He walked in a run, and now he hit a batter to walk in another. So it's a 3-run deficit now, and seems like Jesse Lynch is going to keep him out there. But I don't know how much longer Spence can stay out there if he doesn't start producing results.
Batter now, Eli Thurmond. He floats this into center field. That might get down, and it will. Coming around to score, Reed Snyder heading into third as Moises. The ball is dropped, and just getting back to the bag, Moises. Boy, that was really close, and of course, a looping line drive meant that Reed Snyder had to hold up for a second. And just 1 run came across to score. Moises also had to hold up. Everyone did.
Yeah.
And a good deke in center field by Cameron King. Trying to act like he had a beat on it, but of course that was going to fall no matter what. But Moises, without sliding into third, stepped right over the bag, and Dawson Harmon bobbled the ball with his back turned towards Moises. Couldn't see that he was a foot off the bag, and they could have had a second quick out. And first and second with 2 down. Instead, it's bases loaded again with just 1 down and the lead extended. It's 11-7 Lightning as Ledger Pleasant takes a called strike.
Yeah, and that was a great throw by King right there. Can't blame him for anything, but Harmon just looked a little confused when he got the ball. And you saw him, he went for like the ankle or something, tag him up, and then runner did miss the bag and just didn't re-tag him, so wasn't able to record out because the ball got to Harmon well before the runner reached base.
Bounces up there, a good stop by Bruno Schaefer, and a good job by Cameron King. He knew he wouldn't have the out at home. Went towards third base, and I think that Moises expected the ball to go home, and that's why he didn't attempt to slide into third base. Of course, regretting that now, most likely. And avoids an injury as a weird attempt to get back to third base.
Yeah, you definitely got to be careful of that ankle, and then it was just weird from both sides. Harmon going for that ankle, and then Moises just missing the bag, too. So with a pretty comfortable lead, there is action in the Leesburg bullpen.
A tapper, going to be a tough play. Dawson Harmon charging, barehanded throw, and just in time to get Ledger Pleasant. The Lightning do score another one. Moises comes home. It's 12-7. 5 runs now in the inning. But what a great play by Dawson Harmon to get the second out.
Yeah, I think it just looks like Jesse Lynch just wants this guy to get through the inning here, give his guys a chance at the bottom. But runners on second and third now, only plays at first.
And we were told by our partners that out in the bullpen is still Del Negro just warming up with this long inning. Trey Kraft, the batter, now takes a called strike. Don't want to get Del Negro cold, so of course just staying warm out there in the bullpen as he comes back in and gets ready to hopefully shut down the River Rats in the bottom half of the 10th.
Steps off. Didn't like what was called there.
Doesn't feel like 5 runs have come across.
It
But
does not, no.
the Lightning have done a good job of taking advantage of River Rat's mistakes, and Braden Spence having a lack of command here.
Yeah, just the ball's gone away from Spence and walked some batters. He hit a couple and then a couple flares into the outfield, and this game is blown wide open now.
Called strike to Kraft. The next offering in the dirt. That ball gets away. Racing home is Sokaras, and he will score with ease. The Lightning extend their lead. It's 13-7.
That has just been a big thing today for the River Rats. They keep shooting themselves in the foot with all these wild pitches and pass balls with runners on third, so runners are able to easily score. That's how the Lightning were able to get that big frame in the third. I think both runs, or all 3 runs were unearned in that frame, but just another wild pitch, score another runner.
Next one misses upstairs. And again, Trey Kraft works behind the count and gets a 2-out walk.
Spence just looks absolutely defeated out there too. He's frustrated. He just wants this nightmare to end.
Now batting the shortstop, number 1, Brian Jenkins.
So here's Jenkins.
Jenkins had a big fly out last inning at the warning track and was almost gone. Runner goes, pitch misses upstairs, and no throw down to second means Kraft is in there safely. Another runner in scoring position.
But you have to think, on the side of the Leesburg Lightning, I mean, these guys are the reigning champs, and they dropped the first 2 games of the series, so what a confidence booster for this team to be able to snag this victory from the jaws of defeat.
Multiple innings. Without being up running.
Next one misses to Ryan Jenkins. Well, you'd think that the Lightning have plenty of insurance going into the bottom half of this inning, but you could never be too sure.
You can never be too sure. That's
Right.
That's what's beautiful about this game. There's no time limit. You just have 3 outs, and you do what you can with them. Because yes, the Rats are going to go, if Spence is able to retire the batter here, yes, the Rats are going to go into the bottom of the 10th with a 6-run deficit, but they're going to be given the same opportunities the Lightning did.
Spins behind the count once again. 3-0, nowhere near. Another walk. That loads the bases once again.
And Jesse Lynch is signaling towards the bullpen, so it looks like a change is going to be made here. Yep, and he's walking out to the mound. That's going to be the day for Braden Spence, as he's just absolutely lost all confidence out there.
Unfortunate to see that after what we've been seeing in the past couple games. So many walks and just mishaps for both teams. And as much as the Lightning want to win a ball game, this is not the best way you'd want to win it. So unfortunately for Spence, he is out. Just recorded those 2 outs, and another reliever will come on. We'll tell you more about him after this break. 13-7, the Lightning now lead in the 10th. Still the top half of the 10th. Jaden Garcia is in. Listed as a catcher, 5'10", 210. And he will have to face Julian Irizarry, who led off this inning.
Now batting for Leesburg, number 24, Julian Irizarry.
So the Lightning have batted around. Called strike. Garcia working quickly with the bases loaded. 0-1, and it's fouled away. Quickly 0-2. Next offering's low and inside. Over at third is Eli Thurman. At second is Trey Kraft, and at first is Ryan Jenkins. 6th spot put up in this 10th inning so far. Irizarry smashes this one into right field. That one is going to get down, and it's going to split the gap. Thurman scores easily. Kraft scores easily. Getting the green light now is Ryan Jenkins. Here comes the throw. It's not in time, and it's a bases clearing double for Julian Irizarry. The Lightning now extend their lead. It's 16-7. And well, you got to hand it to Jaden Garcia throwing strikes. That's something that both teams really have struggled with so far in this 3-game series.
Yeah.
And he's throwing strikes, and that's just sometimes what's going to happen, unfortunately.
But good job by Garcia bringing those hands in and just sending the ball through that right center gap. Clearing the bases. So now it's a, it's a 9-run lead here in the top of the 10th. It's a 9-run frame. The Lightning could have scored all their runs in this inning, and they would have the lead still.
That is right. A 9-run inning. And, well, the bats have not been a question through the 3-game series for the Lightning. I mean, for both teams. I mean, 10 runs, 7 runs scored in the first game, 10 runs scored yesterday, and now 16 scored on this Sunday, as that one's popped out of play foul. Batter Juan Orozco. But like I said, the bats are not the problem. It's been the pitching for both sides, too.
Just too many free passes, too many walks, too many hit by pitches, just unable to find control. I mean, there's two sides to this. It's either, you have these young guys out here coming out of high school who haven't competed at this type of level, but also you have these college pitchers who are just coming off their season right here. They maybe had, 2 weeks of rest before coming in here, so just not what you want to see from your pitching staff from both sides. Yes, the River Rats have been able to come on top, but it's been a back and forth all weekend.
Two count, 2 down. Garcia trying to get out of this disastrous 10th inning. And it's been a long one now, 3.5-hour game so far, and we still got a half inning to finish this off. Next offering. This is upstairs. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Pitch by Garcia. Popped up, foul ground, giving it chase Cooper Pittman, and he'll run out of room. That one bounces off the fence.
But throughout this whole inning, you've been seeing just great vibes from the Leesburg Lightning dugout, something we haven't really seen this weekend. But it's cheering, high-fiving, laughing, and on the opposite end, Sanford River Rats dugout just absolutely quiet.
Garcia will try again with the payoff pitch. It's popped up. Bruno Schaefer, the catcher, giving it chase, and that's going to be on top of us and out of play.
Yeah, right now the only thing on Jesse Lynch's mind is how does this nightmare end? 2 outs in the inning, but Lightning have been able to work with the ball regardless of how many outs in the inning.
Ooh! Almost took Garcia's head off, right back up the middle. Irizarry will come around and score. And Juan Orozco, boy,
Yeah.
oh boy, was that one smashed. And hopefully Jaden Garcia is all right. He looks okay. I think it just missed him. Wow.
Yeah, it just shot right through the middle. I think you could hear all of us here up in the booth just physically recoiled at that because that was just straight to him right there. But another run will score, and now it's a 10 spot for the Lightning here in the 10th.
Now batting right field, number 17, Charlie Keller.
Charlie Keller's the batter. I think even the Lightning fans are saying get on with it a little bit.
Still a pretty solid crowd out here at historic Sanford Memorial Stadium, but definitely not what it once was at the beginning of this game.
So what looked like was going to be a sweep of the Lightning is now turned into a huge lead for Leesburg, 17-10, a 10 spot put up in this inning. Next pitch is rifled into center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Moving station to station is Juan Orozco. And you got to think that using so many pitchers before getting to Braden Spence might have been what did in the River Rats.
Yes, 100%. No pitcher for the River Rats. Went over 2 innings today, which, again, we spoke about earlier. Clinton, again, he got himself into trouble, but he did pretty well. And, of course, I think one of the 2 big stories for the River Rats tonight, Johnny Sosnowski was absolutely lights out. But you would think, oh, maybe he would get the opportunity to close out the game, but no.
9 pitchers were already used for the River Rats coming into tonight's ball game, so they really didn't have a lot to go to.
The game's on the schedule the next 5 minutes.
A chopper out to short. The throw to third, and that one is missed by Dawson Harmon. Not the best throw by Puckett at short. And it'll be a base hit.
Yeah, Harmon was able to get a glove on it, but just for the second time this inning, just not able to bring it down and get the runner out. So now this inning continues, and now the bases are loaded for what seems like the 1000th time here in the top of the 10th.
Marco Moises is the batter. Tapper out to Garcia and right
goes
through
to
the
his
wickets.
legs.
And another run comes around and scores. And Adrian, I know that looks like an easy play, but that ball did have some weird spin on it.
It did. It is just.
Yeah, just nothing going the River Rats' way.
Yeah, the River Rats are just. You ever think of those like old timey cartoons, where like a character's just like continuously falling for the River Rats, and that's the hit by pitch right there. So another run will come in.
So 19-7. I'm losing track myself, or is it 20 now?
I believe it's 19-7, but
Now batting left fielder, number 5,
12
Thurman.
runs. Wow.
Sokros was the last batter that just got plunked. Eli Thurman now will bat, and Lightning are close to batting around twice in this inning. Called strike. But just unfortunate luck for Jaden Garcia. That one looked like an easy ground ball, but I will say it had some weird spin on it. And just unfortunately not able to make the play.
I got a lot going on right now.
That one misses outside to Eli Thurman. and almost hit him. Oh, nope, that's going to be a called strike. The way that Thurman reacted looks like it almost hit him.
Yeah, it looks like it just clipped the lower inner part of that strike zone right there. So we'll see if Garcia can put him away here. And
Swung on and missed. Thurman strikes out in the inning. Finally comes to an end. Whew. 12 runs put up by the Lightning, an offensive explosion. Score is 19-7 as we head into the bottom half of the 10th.
inning here at historic Sanford Memorial Stadium. In case you missed it, not much happened except a 12 spot here in the top of the 10th by the Leesburg Lightning. So we now have a score of 19-7. And let's see if the Sanford River Rats dig themselves out of a very, very deep hole.
Oh my
As batter turns on this one, and that's going to be a 2-run homer for number 15.
That's Dawson Harmon, another homer.
That's Dawson Harmon. That's a 2-homer night for him.
Wow. And wow, oh boy, what a recap this one will be.
Indeed. We are at 28 total runs scored here. And it's Del Negro back out on the mound again.
Yeah, he just laid that one right over the plate. Dawson Harmon didn't miss it. And that's not a guy that you could just sneak one over the plate.
Yeah, same thing in his last homer in the 5th. Just turned on it and pulled it to left field. It looked like it was close to going foul, but it just had just enough, stayed in the ballpark just enough to get out for a homer. So despite a disappointing result for the River Rats, have a night, Dawson Harmon.
And you still got a 10-run lead, so if you're Del Negro, just keep throwing strikes. Try to get the ball on the ground. There is no need to be walking guys this late into the game.
Exactly. I mean, Del Negro, he has a very cushy lead here to work with him, and he pitched some pretty good baseball in his previous innings, so as he gets that one in there for a swing and miss. So, yeah, get the strikeout, or don't be afraid to rely on your fielders out there. That's why they're there. Here's the pitch. It's fouled off by Schaefer, the catcher. Despite all the gloom and all the clouds brought by the Lightning, I think the coach is happy to see a little ray of sunshine from Dawson Harmon there.
How long have you been prepping for that one?
That just popped in my head right here. Yeah, I have some things, some wit up my sleeve.
That wind blowing out really fast now from right to left.
You see, if Dawson Harmon played for the Suns, that would have made that line just that much better.
Yeah. Really would have come full circle.
So here's Schaefer battling, seeing if he could chip away at that lead here.
See, he can't. That just can't happen. And they're telling the batter to come back. That's ball 3. Yeah, that's what we have up here.
Discussion of the count.
They might be asking us here in a bit.
Yeah, I thought it was a hit by pitch there. That's why I thought he was taking first. But yeah, the batter's going to come back and continue his AB.
We play 4 balls in this league. When we sold it, I mean, you gotta come back one way or another. You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Now wondering if 12 runs in an inning is a record.
How many runs are we at the series now?
So we came in with 40, and this is after the pitch. Oh my gosh.
Pulls it just
So 28, so that's 68 runs. 68 runs.
68
I had to do a
runs
double
in the
take.
series.
I didn't really process that.
Yeah, so 68 runs in 3 games so far. And that's ball 4 right there. So the game continues. Sanford River Rats. Yeah, they're down. But they haven't heard no bell yet. So Del Negro still looking to close out this game. That's going to be a strike in there on
And
Lopez.
if I'm the home plate umpire, I mean, you just got to extend the zone. You know what I mean? This game has gone on so long, and
He gets graded? What's he get graded on? This?
That's going to be a ball in there. It's a 1-1 count on Lopez. Lopez has scored today, but hasn't notched a hit yet. Lopez fouls one off. Here's the pitch to Lopez, and that's going to be in there for a ball. So both pitchers who were asked to close this game out just not able.
I think I accidentally put a foul ball as a strike that was out of the zone. So you definitely.
Lopez able to make contact,
goodness.
shoots that one into the gap. That's going to be get down. Lopez turning around, throw to second, and it is in time.
Down only 10 runs.
And Lopez is out. Schaefer will stay at third, but what a throw right there.
yeah, great throw.
I think I saw Lopez hesitate a little bit as he was rounding first, but then he committed to it and just throw was in time. I believe that was Charlie Keller, the right fielder, who was able to get that in there. So here's Dawson Mock.
Batting right fielder number 3, Dawson Mock.
One out. And that's a strike on Mock.
Well, that's not a strike.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about the zone. Maybe it's my angle, but what do I know?
Here's the pitch to Mock. That's in there for a ball.
And he calls that a ball.
Yeah, those two pitches in very similar locations. One called for a strike, one called for a ball. And Mock turns on this one, shoots it to right field, and Lopez will score. It is now a 19-10 ball game. So Rats still down, but not out.
No, not at all. And if you're Del Negro, this is just a terrible feeling. Come into the game with such a big lead and now just struggle to put things away.
I mean, do you believe that, like, that cushion that, like, no, as another single is sent through the middle into center? I mean, do you think that lack of pressure has an effect on the pitcher here?
I guess. I mean, it must have to. You know, just feeling so relaxed. You're up 12 runs. And looks like Coach Pillings is going to come out there and talk to him. He'll probably make this quick.
Did Lopez's base running error come back to bite the Rats in this inning? A comeback nobody wants to see.
Extra hitter. Swing and miss for him there. Just absolutely bananas the way this game has gone. Here's the pitch. Saliba swings over it again. There's that breaking ball right there.
I like this guy. I like his approach.
So Saliba has 2 strikes on him now. And we'll see if Del Negro can put him away.
I'm just kidding. If I was him, I'd want to get the hit too. Respect the ball.
Hit till July last season.
Are you for real?
Here's the pitch. And there's a breaking ball again. Looks like he fouled it off. Stay alive.
That's rough.
Yeah, but Saliba just unable to get a gauge on that curveball, so we'll see if Del Negro goes back to it. Just put him away.
You pulled his stats from last season.
About 10 minutes shy of a 4-hour game. Felt every bit of it.
And Saliba sends it to third. He's going to take the force out.
Snyder, man,
I'm
had a little
confused why
urgency
he
there.
didn't go for the double play there.
Eschews the double play when he wants to keep going.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. You're exactly right. Not that, you know, they would have gotten the double play. Saliba is a catcher, but fairly fast. And, of course, he'd have to go all the way around the diamond. I think he's motioning over there thinking that he should have gone.
Yeah, but I saw the second baseman, Sakara's just kind of point to second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
reminding him.
I'm assuming he lost track of the outs and thought that they were 2 down. But he almost didn't get the out. I mean, he was pretty lackadaisical moving over there at third, I think, considering it was 2 outs. Yeah.
A little too nonchalant for my liking.
That's what I was thinking. And by the way, that 12-run inning is not a record.
It is not?
No, it's
Wow.
not.
What's the record?
Think I'm about to find out. I'm relying on some communication with Stats Meyer, a.k.a. Jack Meyer, also known as John Meyer, who does our stats at our home stadium and has compiled a 2,200-page list of stats that has everything that the Lightning have done since their inaugural season. That one misses low and inside. I mean everything. Box scores to every single game, information about every single coach, information about every single player, information about records, hits, and RBIs and stats. He has every sunflower seed that's been consumed by every single player that is put on a uniform of the Lightning. We're kidding about that, but I would not be surprised. 2,200 pages, over 2,200 pages.
Well, I do believe that this game is going to be more than a footnote in that record book.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're just speaking of records in terms of the Lightning, but I can tell you, 14 in the 5th inning against Stanford last year. I don't know how he didn't remember that is the record.
It's batter shoots this one.
Oh, my.
To right fielder. The right fielder bobbles it. 1 run will score. Runner rounds third. Doubles back. So that's an RBI double right there. With 2 outs in the frame, it's 19-11. What is happening here at historic Sanford Memorial Stadium?
Well, Charlie Keller at the last second decided to play it on the bounce, which is the right decision, and it totally bounced the opposite way. It was a crazy deal what happened.
So the River Rats not going down quietly. It's still an 8-run deficit, but they're going down swinging.
They sure are. 19-11.
It's 2 outs in the frame. And it looks there's action in the Leesburg bullpen, but ball is hit to second. 2 first, scoops it.
Oh, no.
And he's called out. That is our ball game right there. That was a very close call. But fireworks here in the 10th from both teams. A 12-run frame from the Bolts, a 4-run frame from the Rats. We have a 19-11 final score. Vic, just talk to me what's going through your head right now.
Yeah, we won't go to break. We'll just wrap things up right now. Well, I just did the math. 70 runs total.
Oh, my goodness.
In these 3 games. The Lightning have picked up their first win of the season. They avoid a sweep. And I guess a well-deserved victory, a 12 spot put up in the top of the 10th inning. And like I've been saying, the bats have not been an issue for the Lightning. And they've not been an issue for the Rats either. But for both teams, the pitching has been an issue. And take away this 9th and 10th inning, you know, of course, a lot of pitchers have been used up to that point. But still, without those 2 innings, it was a 7-7 ball game. That's a pretty high-scoring game. So the pitching has definitely been an issue for both sides. And I think going forward, we'll have to see for both of these teams if that's going to be an ongoing issue or if that's just something that's going to happen the first couple days. So that's all I got from here, and I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, just an absolute slugfest from both teams here. Again, like 19-11. That's a football score right there, and that's like, and if I were watching that football game, I'd be like, hey, that was a pretty eventful football game. But yeah, I mean, I think you covered all the bases here where it's just too many free passes from pitchers on both sides here. But it is fun to see the offense be able to pick up on that and capitalize on opportunities. Great win by the Lightning here. I definitely do think it is a confidence booster for them. They've had some tough losses this past weekend, so it is good for them to go in the win column of a hard-fought win nonetheless. But I think that's going to do it for us here from historic Sanford Memorial Stadium. I'm Adrian Delgado.
And I'm Vic Maslia.
And we'll see you next time.